Chapter 1601 Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 1601 Survival of the Fittest. Underscore. Although Ziyao and Shurian left that area, this isolated void still had other bloody fights happening in it. At the location of the water power Upanishad origin, Emperor Sea Shark was fusing with the crystal water drop. He had released his soul consciousness to try and merge with the water power Upanishad origin. The murmuring sounds of the water inside that transparent water drop were pleasant to the ears. If no one came to disturb him, Emperor Sea Shark would have a smooth progress, and he could make the water power Upanishad origin the topmost power Upanishad in his soul altar. But things would never turn as one wished. After Yuan parted with Serene Prison and Rupert, he flew away in his human form, trying to search for the water power Upanishad origin, and finally sensed its energy fluctuations one day. Yuan immediately left everything aside to focus and use all of his power to find the water drop created by water power Upanishad origin. When he arrived, he realized that Emperor Sea Shark was there already, and the other had entered the water power Upanishad origin already. Yuan Zu's face was sinister, his eyes cold and ruthless. Just a little warrior, dare to vie for the power Upanishad origin with me. You don't want your life. While talking, clear water energy fluctuated from Yuan Zu's body. His human body slowly changed into his real form, but it was thousands of times smaller. His acupuncture points released massive water balls, each of them fulgent and containing an entire immense sea. Shortly, the splashing sounds of water waves arose as Yuan Zu was covered inside a big water ball. He turned into a massive, transparent water ball. With the power of water, he slowly bobbed toward the water power Upanishad origin. Just like Devour, at the moment Yuan was born, he got the seal of water power Upanishad imprinted in his soul. It wasn't wrong to say that he was a life that ascended from the water essence between the heaven and earth. He was the ancestor and the old sage of all water power Upanishads. Since the absolute beginning era, he had never cultivated any other power. He had dedicated his entire life to the water power Upanishad. His body was now a water ball with the supple power of water twirling around. As soon as he got into the water power Upanishad origin, it was like a drop of water entering the sea, without causing a single ripple. Instantly, he had gotten into the water power Upanishad origin. In the immense world of water, Yuan felt the thickest steam he had ever perceived. He felt as if he had returned to the state of puzzled consciousness before he was born. At the same time, even though Emperor Sea Shark had gotten here earlier than Yuan, his body and blood couldn't be compared to Yuan's. As soon as Yuan got in, the strange power of the water power Upanishad origin seemed to recognize a more suitable master. Unexpectedly, it ignored Emperor Sea Shark and came to Yuan. Yuan's soul energy filled the water power Upanishad origin. His terrifying soul consciousness eventually connected with the power Upanishad origin and spotted Emperor Sea Shark, immediately launching an attack. Emperor Sea Shark was wounded severely in just a blink. No matter it was realm, power, age, level of power Upanishad, or power of bloodline, Emperor Sea Shark couldn't compare with Yuan. As the two of them appeared at the same time in the water power Upanishad origin, it seemed to have its own consciousness. It decided to choose Yuan, which spelled tragedy for Emperor Sea Shark. On the other side, after Desolate had killed Hero and gotten the metal power Upanishad origin, his power had increased sharply. He continued to move, not lingering there any longer. He moved to a place nearby without spending a lot of time checking the route. It was a flat land covered with thick dust and soil. The power of the great earth was emitted from it, covering the entire world. After Desolate came here, he wore a calm face, but his eyes were bright. The earth power Upanishad origin of the 5 elements. This places the essence of earth. I will take this as the second power Upanishad origin, Swoosh, swoosh. Thick dust twirled, creating a natural cage and covering the flat land that ordinary souls or eyes couldn't see through. Desolate now looked different. Although he had just taken in the metal power Upanishad origin not long ago, after a moment of staying here, his aura had already changed. Layers of dust diffused from him. Shortly, he became like that flat land, dust and ashes covering his body along with the simple but heavy energy of earth. His eyes pierced through the thick layer of dust to observe the flat land. The gray-brown flat land didn't have a tuft of grass. Dust and sand covered the entire land under the immense sky. The soul auras were reported to Desolate from 2 corners of the flat land. Desolate checked carefully and roared like a dragon next while disappearing. In the next moment, the flat land of the earth power Upanishad origin shook hard. It seemed like there was a dragon sleeping underground that had just been awakened, and it wanted to destroy everything hindering it. In 2 different corners of the flat land stayed 2 aliens who had followed Sauron here. They looked as though they were made of sand and gravel, their skin of the same tone as the gray-brown flat land. They were the 2 members of the prosperous Earth tribe at the first sky of Ta, cultivating the Earth power Upanishad. The prosperous Earth tribe was similar to the Snow tribe. All of their members cultivated only one power Upanishad. It was in their fate since they were born. The members of the prosperous Earth tribe had absorbed the power of Earth since they were in their mother's wombs. When they were born, they had already had the Earth power Upanishad. On empty land and the vast sea of stars, the prosperous Earth tribe was the son of Earth because they could move underground freely using the power of the great Earth. These 2 members of the prosperous Earth tribe had undergone so many difficulties to get here to obtain the Earth power Upanishad origin. However, they didn't have good luck as they encountered Desolate here. Seeing the terrifying commotion deep in the ground of the flat land, they discolored in fright, but didn't have a clue. While they were frightened, a wave of fierce energy arose from deep underground. The earth caved in furiously, while 2 dragons roared and soared up. The dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the 2 in one attempt. Afterward, they returned to the ground through the cracks they had created, disappearing shortly. Not long after that, as the 2 members of the prosperous Earth tribe were buried, the earthquake subsided. Deep underground, Desolate was quietly urging his power to take the Earth power Upanishad origin. Rupert, Serene Prison, Edgar, Genru, and Fanday lay parted after they arrived in this area. When they bumped into the others, they were ready to fight. Each of the power Upanishad origins was unique, and all the warriors in this place were trying their best to search for them. Whenever they found a suitable power Upanishad origin, they would observe first, because someone with the same power Upanishad could have had come before them. No one could take it at ease. Bloody battles happened regularly. To become the only one that possessed the power Upanishad origin, the principle of the power Upanishad, they had to risk their lives to kill any rival. Battles like that happened in every area which had a power Upanishad origin. They were fighting due to their greed, the ultimate power Upanishad to death. Parting from Ziyao, Shi Yen left his clone, returning to the sea of life of the life power Upanishad origin. He had the method to get the power Upanishad origin. He believed that he could fuse with the sea of life this time to attain the ultimate supernatural powers of this power Upanishad. As he was dashing fast, the Skyfall Star River suddenly sent him a magical vibe. He suddenly stopped, using his soul to feel and observe. After a while, his eyes brightened. He then changed his direction abruptly. After a long journey, he reached a brilliant, immense sea of stars. This place had the most sparkling stars, seeming like the purest jade. All souls would be touched by watching this sight. The Skyfall Star River shook hard as soon as Shurien got here and immediately turned into a chain of stars, emerging in front of him. In his eyes, the suns, the moons, and the stars changed. making his eyes seem like they held two bright seas of stars. Sensing the star power Upanishad origin in that magnificent and yet mysterious sea of stars, Shuryen felt his soul sinking as he was walking toward the area. As soon as he was about to get there, a magical but powerful energy emitted from that beautiful galaxy. Sizzle! Sizzle! His body sizzled as if it was burning, his soul turning hot. As he was frightened, he got it all of a sudden. Shuryen halted. He knew he had more than one power Upanishad in his real body, which was the reason why he couldn't enter the star power Upanishad origin yet. He needed to make a clone and extract his star power Upanishad, imprinting it into that clone to get into the mysterious sea of stars. That was how he could get the power Upanishad origin. As soon as he was about to split his body, power Upanishads, and soul, he spotted a familiar soul energy fluctuation. Shuryen was surprised. Pondering for a while, he shouted all of a sudden, "Fandalay!" As they both cultivated star power Upanishad, the resentment between Shuryen and Fandalay was deep enough. He didn't expect that the other would come to this place and find the star power Upanishad origin before him. Congregate! Countless stars flew out of his body, bringing his blood to congregate in front of him. Slowly, they became a clone which looked as though it was made up of broken asteroids. In the next moment, he extracted a wisp of his soul, as well as a part of his sea of consciousness and soul pond, and sent them to the clone's head. Shortly after, the clone had become a warrior cultivating star power Upanishad, with starlight fall from his body. All of a sudden, he sank into that galaxy with a pair of star-like eyes. Swish! The Skyfall Star River became a jet of light, following the clone to the sea of stars. As soon as he got in, Fandalay's aura became clear. He navigated, then laughed. "Fandalay, you don't have good luck." Deep in the sea of stars, a light dot slowly twisted, turning into Fandalay's shape. As soon as Shuryen's clone entered the galaxy, Fandalay felt him. Hearing Shuryen's laughter, Fandalay was upset as he screamed indignantly with a pale face, "Shuryen, you're such an everlasting ghost. Why do I meet you everywhere? Behave and get lost. For you being a member of the Phantom Clan, I won't kill you," Shuryen shouted coldly. Chapter 1602, Evil Clone. Chapter 1602, Evil Clone. Hovering between the 5 deep blue stars, Fandalay wore a cold face. Jets of light shot from his hands as he was gathering energy, waiting for Shuryen. Bands of starlight poured from the 5 stars like streams, pouring into his chest. He had been here for a long time, and had fused the energy of the star power Upanishad origin, which had rocketed his god power and his body, making him quite intimidating. His soul consciousness had been ameliorated as well. He had a wonderful feeling as if he was blending with this galaxy. At the moment Shuryen entered the sea of stars, he could see Shuryen's energy, sea of consciousness, and even the soul pond clearly. He knew all of Shuryen's clone stats. He was so surprised when he recognized that no matter it was Shuryen's physique, god power, or soul, it wasn't really intimidating. Shuryen wasn't as strong as the time he was in the Phantom Clan's territory. Fandalay was discreetly frightened, but then got cheered up. He thought that Shuryen had problems with his cultivation or was wounded in a battle. He didn't know that it was just a clone. Although Shuryen's power was strong and his realm was high, after the first cloning in which he had divided his devouring power Upanishad and the 8 evil powers, his body was weakened. After this current cloning, he had spent his star power Upanishad to the clone, and his overall power was reduced one more time. Of course, he wasn't as strong as he used to be. Unfortunately, his real body couldn't intrude the power Upanishad origin and could only watch from the outside. Compared to my imagination, you're much weaker. Excellent. My chance is coming. Fandalay was so excited that his body quivered. He moved out of a group of stars while brilliant starlight sprinkled on him, entering his body and making him shining in a mysterious way. Being a member of the Phantom Clan, he was really good-looking and carried a natural poise. Under the beautiful starlight, he floated while smiling charmingly. The Skyfall Star River belongs to me. I'd been searching the cloud mist territory for so many years for it. Shouldn't you return the Skyfall Star River to its rightful owner? Smiling tenderly, he pointed at the divine weapon which was now in the form of a chain of stars, hovering above Sher Yan's head. Starlight suddenly sparkled on his palm, which made the lines in his palm seem like the trajectory of the stars. Slowly, a massive star map arose from his palm. That star map had a part of mysterious energy from the power Upanishad origin. It was the energy he had exerted a lot of efforts to create lately. The mysterious, immense star map arose as an illusion, slowly snatching toward the Skyfall Star River's star chain, the absolute beginning divine weapon that had fused with Sher Yan's soul shook hard. It seemed to want to join that star map, becoming part of the star power Upanishad origin. Dare to vie with me? Sher Yan was surprised. He scrutinized Fandalay, shaking his head with an indifferent sigh. I had agreed with Montesi and Meiji that I wouldn't come and trouble you, because you are a member of the Phantom Clan. For the growth of the clan, they had implored me not to kill you. Pausing for a while, his eyes went cold. You and Cantisi didn't have good fortune indeed. It's your fate to die. Devour swallowed Cantisi in his black hole form, who has turned into ashes. I watched her die, and I didn't want to attack you, but you wanted to stay and trouble me. I can only say sorry to Montesi and Meiji. Stop! While hissing, Sher Yan touched his glabella, and a mass of stars emerged above his head, where the stars rolled and arrayed in the form of an imposing bear. The star bear was actually the power of constellation. It pounded its chest and roared, starlight sparking everywhere. The sparking starlight beams created many fading shadows, entering the Skyfall Star River with Sher Yan's soul energy. Although this clone had only a part of Sher Yan's god power, blood, power Upanishad, and soul, and it looked weak, it actually had the realm of the host body, the third sky of territory ancestor realm. Fandalay was only at the first sky of territory ancestor realm. Perhaps the clone and Fandalay were equally strong, but in terms of the realm and the deep knowledge of star power Upanishad, no matter how hard Fandalay tried, he would never catch up with Sher Yan. The Skyfall Star River halted as Sher Yan called it. The giant star bear roared and howled, passing the Skyfall Star River and furiously dashing toward Fandalay. In Fandalay's eyes, the sea of stars in front of him caved in as it was attacked by the angry roar. Shock waves struck his soul altar instantly, leaving him mentally collapsed. He then saw the stars in the sky fall, swallowing him entirely. As this star power Upanishad origin was really vast, and each planet in it had an immense power, Fandalay at his realm would need a lot of time to absorb this sea of stars. Actually, he had found this place very early, but the fusion process wasn't smooth. He couldn't refine much star energy anyway. He had just linked his soul with these 5 planets. However, when Sher Yan began to use his star power Upanishad and the Skyfall Star River to create the giant bear with the constellation power, the stars in the sky were like open eyes, all staring at him. Just like that, millions of starlight beams congregated. In this moment, Sher Yan had become the focus of the starlights. It seemed he had established a strong connection with each star in the sky. Each power Upanishad origin had a core operation role. It would proactively choose the fittest one to fuse with. Creatures at high realm always had deep understanding of the power Upanishad, which made them easy to get the approval from the power Upanishad origin. This situation was the same when Desolate got into Hero's Gold Mountain, and Yuan got Emperor Sea Shark's Water Drop. Desolate had a higher realm than Hero. After so many years, his understanding of the metal power Upanishad had become exquisite. As soon as he got in there, he got the power to expel Hero. Similarly, Yuan had dedicated his entire body to practice the water power Upanishad. He could be deemed the ancestor of water power Upanishad. As soon as he got into that water drop, the water power Upanishad origin could feel the familiar aura, so it initially wanted to fuse with Yuan and evict Emperor Sea Shark, who had arrived there first. The power Upanishad origin didn't care who came first. It only appreciated the high realm and profound and thorough knowledge of the power Upanishad. Desolate and Yuan came later, but with their deep knowledge of the power Upanishad and the realm at the peak of territory ancestor realm, they could obtain the approval of the power Upanishad origin, making the power Upanishad origin choose them proactively. And now, since Fandalay was only at the first sky of territory ancestor realm, although he was here for a long time, his fusion was very difficult. All was because of his low realm. Although he was just a clone with the star power Upanishad, Shuryen still had the third sky of territory ancestor realm. Moreover, he came with a divine weapon with the star attribute. As soon as he urged the star power Upanishad, the star power Upanishad origin here was stimulated. Starlight fell from the sky. The star power Upanishad origin had a new decision. No doubt that Fandalay would be the poor expelled one this time. By the time he got a hold of himself from the star attack, he found the connection he had tried very hard to establish with the 5 planets was cut off. The giant star bear came bellowing and roaring as it brutally tore his territory. The Skyfall Star River now had new star power, coming forcefully with a power that could erase the seal. Fandalay lifted his head, his face ash-gray and hopeless. His spirit was defeated, and he didn't have anything to resist with. He was predestined to fail, all because of his low realm. Ah! A savage soul tornado arose and dashed through the tunnel of the devouring power Upanishad origin. Devour had gathered his evil power, using his abundant soul energy to come. Boom! The endless negative emotions and evil powers came in unceasing waves, washing his soul and body. At that moment, the savage Devour halted, thrilled. He had finally reached the part of the tunnel where negative energies hadn't been completely refined. It meant Shuryen wasn't far from here. Devour changed, turning into 9 shadows which carried the devouring power and the 8 evil powers, respectively. He relaxed, and the 9 shadows frantically took in the remnant of negative energies in the tunnel. Meanwhile, Shuryen's clone jutted his head out of a deeper section of the tunnel. Devour had finally found Shuryen. At this moment, this clone of Shuryen that was focusing on taking in the evil energy opened his eyes. This evil clone had a pair of blood-red eyes, his face savage and crazy. Evil energy twirled around him unceasingly. At first glance, Devour was shocked. Damn, how much evil energy has he absorbed? Shuryen was now more terrifying than his host body, Devour thought. This evil clone of Shuryen had entered the source of all evilness in this world. 720 acupuncture points in his body had connected with all major territories in the world, which had gathered all the evil energies and thoughts in innumerable creatures living there. Crazily taking in without a limit, this evil clone was filled with ruthless, hot-tempered, bloodthirsty, and intimidating feelings. The thick, evil, murderous aura from him could represent all the negative thoughts and will of creatures in this world. He was now the god of evil that had intimidated even Devour. "I've been waiting for you for a long, long time." This evil body licked his lips heartlessly. From his crimson eyes, 2 trickles of blood dropped, which gave him a fearsome look. The trickles of blood had a terrifying, erosive power that immediately left 2 horrible wounds on his handsome, sculpted face. The 2 wounds were deep to his bone, making his face seem terrifying and savage. Roar. It seemed that all creatures in the world heard this destructive roar echo deep in their souls. All the evil energies in the dark tunnel rose, gathering on Shuryen's clone. At this moment, this clone was even more terrifying and intimidating than the real body. Peerless intimidation. Chapter 1603. Swallow each other. Chapter 1603. Swallow each other. Underscore. Looking at Shi Yan's evil clone in front of him, Devour felt regretful. No matter what, he could have never predicted that the other could be so fierce. He felt that he shouldn't have let this evil clone reach the devouring black hole that early, which had given him the chance to absorb the thick, evil, negative energies in this tunnel first. At that moment, due to an unimaginable amount of negative energies the clone had taken in, his terrifying aura was much more intense than the real body's, giving Devour a terrible headache. The endless negative energy gushed from every direction. Shi Yan's savage face slowly had a layer of dark air covering it, made up of the extremely evil energy. His crimson eyes gazed at Devour's shadows while the negative emotions gushed like water from a broken dam, hitting Devour's shadows torrentially. I acknowledge your achievement. You're really strong now. However, your power Upanishad comes from me. Do you really think that you can use my power to destroy me? Devour's voice arose in the dark like shrieking ghosts and wailing souls, capable of raising goosebumps on people's skin. There were 9 shadows in total. As he was talking, 8 of the shadows moved, surrounding one shadow in the center. Ripples of evil energies containing destruction, despair, darkness, and the other evils were released. The 8 evil powers twisted together like a rope, creating a strong, pure, and of course, intimidating power. The immense negative energy released by Shi Yan was hit by the rings of 8 evil energies and got pushed aside, unable to reach the shadow in the center. I will show you my territory, Devour smirked coldly. Thick, black clouds emerged, revealing a territory of coldness, brute, frenzy, and isolation above his head. That world changed slowly. The sky was dyed black, as if someone had used ink to fill it, while the ground was a bloody land. At first glimpse, the place was filled with gory, dismembered bodies. Death, destruction, despair, darkness, chaos, corpse chi, and spooky ghost lanterns ruled this world, appearing in every corner. As long as it was a creature with a pure heart, its soul would shatter after just a glance at that world. It was the most terrifying territory in this world, the fountainhead of evil in Devour's inner world. He had guarded this place for years, not letting even the members of the devouring clan visit this place. No creature was born in that world, and actually it shouldn't even exist. Even when Zi Yao faced Devour's territory, her soul quivered in fright. She had tried using her holy, purifying divine light to filter and clean that filthy, evil world, but didn't succeed. Between the heaven and earth of this vast sea of stars, no creature could stand still in front of Devour's territory, no matter how strong it was. Desolate was the god of war in the absolute beginning era, the strongest warrior at that time. However, when even he faced Devour, he was afraid of the latter's territory. Desolate didn't have any means to ensure that his soul wouldn't be affected by it. Devour's territory could arise and magnify the evil in someone's heart, making him lose himself in that extreme world. All creatures with a soul would have very complicated 7 emotions and 6 desires, all having an evil facet of their existence. As long as they had even a wisp of evil thought, this territory could affect them easily. And at this moment, Shi Yan's evil clone was in an extreme state. This clone carried Shi Yan's expectations with the imprint of devouring power Upanishad and the 8 evil powers. It also contained all of Shi Yan's evilness in his inner world. After a period of constantly taking in evil energy, this clone of Shi Yan could be now deemed as the evilest creature in this world. Shi Yan didn't have even a wisp of humane disposition in his heart. This clone of his was purely evil. As he was watching Devour's territory, his mind wasn't affected at all. On the contrary, he laughed excitedly and loudly. The power I used couldn't affect you. because we share the same origin. Similarly, how could your territory affect me? Pounding his chest, Shiryen pulled a ferocious face, grinning fiendishly. I have no good thought in my heart. This body of mine is made of evilness in my inner world. I'm the devil. Devour's territory floated up from his head, flying toward Shiryen. In response, Shiryen crackled heartlessly, touching his glabella. Instantly, a black hole emerged and turned into a massive vortex, spinning frantically. When you and I are fighting, the 8 evil powers are of no use. Only the devouring power, Upanishad, will decide the winner. You and I, one of us will be destroyed to complete the other. You swallow me, or I will swallow you. It's the best way to fight between us. The black hole flew out of his glabella, looking exactly like the devouring power, Upanishad origin, where they were staying in this dark void. While Devour pulled a dark face, Shiryen urged his power again. 8 islands of the 8 evil powers flew out, circling the black hole. He had forced the tear of power Upanishad in his soul altar, gathering all of the power to operate the black hole. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The tremendous suction force filled each corner of the world as the flood of negative energy in this tunnel gushed torrentially. You're right. The result of the battle between us will end with either you or me dying. We're going to swallow each other. It's the best fighting method, indeed. Devour recognized that his territory wasn't effective in the fight against Shiryen. Their power Upanishad, and evil mind were almost the same. In this situation, using the 8 evil powers to attack each other wasn't really effective on either of them, since the thicker negative energy couldn't affect their minds. Only devouring could finish all of this, completely destroying one of them. Devour's clones gathered, turning into a massive black hole. This black hole was identical with Shiryen's, and even the 8 gory islands spinning around looked alike. Come here. Shiryen roared crazily as the evil clone leaped up, then plunged into his black hole. It was like the tongue of a black demon. Hovering in the black hole, Shiryen watched another black hole in front of him, feeling the energy emit from Devour. Shiryen's clone suddenly shivered intensely as the extremely thick negative energy gushed from his acupuncture points, which enlarged the black hole significantly. Boom! After his black hole had expanded, it attacked proactively. Explosions echoed when the black hole opened like the mouth of a demon, trying to swallow Devour's black hole. In the next instant, Devour's black hole and the 8 bloody islands were swallowed completely. The soul power, as well as the bloodthirsty and chaotic thoughts Devour had accumulated for billions of years, erupted like a volcano. Together, they expanded inside Shiryen's massive black hole, which swelled up like an overinflated balloon. Shiryen immediately felt the evil, negative energy, which was more brutal, and felt like the most terrifying bomb in this world. It was about to detonate in his body, smashing his entire being. Shiryen discolored in fear as he immediately urged the devouring power, Upanishad, to digest Devour's fierce power. However, as soon as he took action, he recognized a suction force that was enough to swallow the entire world, rumblingly emerge from inside his body. At this moment, he felt so strange, as if his body was being nibbled at from the inside. It seemed that a hungry demon was just born inside him, which was greedily biting and chewing off his blood, flesh, internal organs, and bones. It wanted to eat him from the inside. He suddenly understood one thing. The ones he had swallowed using the black hole while his devouring power Upanishad was working had to experience the feelings he felt right now. The feeling of being eaten up little by little. Oh! Another strange feeling arose as his soul that made him joyful. It was the wonderful feeling when the devouring power Upanishad was gathering energy. His devouring power Upanishad was frantically working to swallow everything. It felt like he had a big mouth that was enjoying delicious meals. It was a familiar, satisfying feeling indeed. he was also swallowing Devour. His body was chewed off while his devouring power, Upanishad, was taking in Devour's energy. They were swallowing each other. Shortly, Shuryen realized that Devour was having the same experience and feeling he had just got. The other was in the same situation as his power was being digested. The two of them were like two beasts biting and tearing each other to eat pieces of flesh they could take. They both had to bear wounds and refill their power at the same time. This was the harshest battle of endurance. Oh, good. Still good. As he understood, he wasn't tense anymore. He relaxed the burden in his mind, focusing his power, mind and soul, to control the devouring power, Upanishad. This battle would take a long time. Who would survive to control the origin of all evilness in this world with the devouring power, Upanishad origin? This battle would give the answer. Shuryen's clone situation in this battle was different from the host body, which had entered the star power Upanishad origin. In this place, he was neither in a disadvantageous nor an advantageous situation. The devouring power Upanishad origin didn't favor either one of them. After Devour entered, it still didn't give up on Shuryen completely, because the devouring power Upanishad in this clone came from Devour and was a genuine evil power Upanishad. At the same time, he was at the third sky of Territory Ancestor Realm, which wasn't lower than Devour. This body was created by Shuryen's absolute beginning blood, and it had all of Shuryen's evil thoughts. Moreover, Shuryen's clone had come here earlier, which had given him time to collect a large amount of evil power and fill the gap with Devour. No matter it was realm, power, bloodline, or understanding of the power Upanishad, this clone wasn't less powerful than Devour. All of these had made the devouring power Upanishad origin consider him at the same level with Devour. Thus, it didn't favor either of them. This battle was of two equal powers. Chapter 1604, Falsified Destiny. Chapter 1604, Falsified Destiny. Answer. Deep in the cold darkness, a massive spider web made of gray filaments hovered quietly, a thick energy of fate emitting from it. The tiny gray filaments of the spider web seemed to connect to many souls, and this massive spider web was so large that it could cover the entire world. There were billions of gray fibers, such that people couldn't even count all of them. At this moment, Sauron's roulette of fate was like a sucker sticking on the spiderweb where Sauron was sitting. With a calm face, he was urging the power of fate. Numerous filaments contracted from a long distance, slowly entering the roulette of fate and then Sauron's body through the roulette. The terrifying aura that could control fate and the weakness of people gushed out of Sauron. Chaos doesn't have a start. Life changes unpredictably. The melodious incantation that could seep into the souls arose from Sauron's body. Although he didn't open his mouth, the mysterious melody was echoing in his body, soul, and soul altar. The roulette of fate under his feet moved continually, changing in silence. Sometimes it was a thick book which became a spiderweb that was connected to the fate of creatures in the next moment. At other times, it looked like a wheel. Gradually, the life power Upanishad origin shrunk into his body and soul altar. A long time later, the roulette of fate also disappeared into his body. Sauron slowly regained his consciousness, as if his wandering soul had finally come back to him. He opened his eyes, which were bewildered. A long, long time later, he slowly regained the light in his eyes. Fate! Fate! The ear-piercing chanting arose from his soul altar, while thick scripture radiated a strange but magnificent light as it emerged in his tier of power Upanishad. Sauron stepped on the roulette of fate, his eyes bright. He stood up with ease and a natural poise. He flew away, traveling through many strange areas and finding many power Upanishad origins that weren't found yet. However, he acted as if he didn't see them, just searching for the life energy of living beings. He came to a strange, dark place and bumped into Serene Prison of the Soul Clan, who was using his soul form to check this space, trying to locate something. Sauron stopped, talking smilingly and tenderly. "Serene Prison, haven't you found the soul power Upanishad origin yet?" Swoosh! Serene Prison's soul returned to his body, his slim but handsome face dark. "Precursor Sauron, I wonder if you have something to tell me as you're here?" As they were one of the 10 great territory ancestors, Serene Prison knew how fierce Sauron was. Serene Prison's teacher used to tell him that Sauron was the most intimidating character in this world who could absolve an entire era. Serene Prison's former teacher had reminded him to be very cautious and not belittle Sauron. Since the last tens of thousands of years, Sauron had always stayed in the endless abyss, watching the absolute beginning gateway. He didn't show up in the sea domain of nihility regularly. Thus, the experts of the new generations often belittled him. Only the characters like Serene Prison knew how bold Sauron was. No one of his stature dared to look down on him. This time, as Serene Prison and Rupert had followed Yuan Zhu to cultivate, they had discreetly guessed that Sauron was the ringleader of all the commotion in this shaken universe. They had assumed that Sauron was the cunning troublemaker behind all the chaos. Thus, seeing Sauron, Serene Prison immediately became vigilant as if he was facing a great enemy. "Seems like Yuan has told you something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be startled on seeing me," Sauron smiled, talking seriously. "Anyway, it's really bad that you haven't found the soul power Upanishad origin yet. It would be quite troublesome to grab your string of fate if you did. It's simple now." Serene Prison discolored. Without much thinking, he hissed as countless brutal souls emerged above his head. Those brutal souls were like ferocious, giant demogorgons, ancient beasts with unpredictably terrifying power. The brutal souls roared and howled as they rumblingly dashed toward Sauron, showing their bloody mouths and sharp claws while trying to reach Sauron's head. Sauron hovered still as he touched his forehead, causing that thick scripture to emerge. As he held the book with both hands, the magical lines in his palms moved, linking up with the strings of fate inside that book. It was the scriptures of fate created by Sauron's Power Upanishad and the Fate Power Upanishad origin, which controlled the fates of all creatures in this world. Sauron could use it to pull or even cut off a warrior's fate. Serene Prison, the 7th patriarch of the Soul Clan in this era, gotcha. Sauron flipped pages, causing many magical but complicated words to glow. As soon as he said that, Serene Prison suddenly felt a tension in his soul. He had a terrible feeling as if he were a marionette that the other could control with the strings. The strings of fate are hidden in the soul of each creature to rule their fates. I'm the god of fate. With these scriptures of fate, I am able to judge and decide your fate and soul. Sauron murmured, his face calm with a smile. All the brutal souls Serene Prison had released were pressed by an invisible hand. They roared and rumbled, but they couldn't reach Sauron anymore. Quite the contrary, Serene Prison screeched in pain, flying toward Sauron. "By the name of the god of fate, I change your fate." Sauron smiled tenderly, holding the scripture in one hand and the other hand lacing on Serene Prison's forehead. Many tiny lines emerged like the fibers of a spiderweb, entering Serene Prison's soul altar. The spiderweb disappeared and Serene Prison's soul altar was netted, which made him like a fish trapped in a net. Sauron retracted his hands, the scriptures of fate disappearing into his glabella. At this moment, Serene Prison had a little mark of a spiderweb on his forehead as eyes changed continually. After a while, he calmed down, kneeling in front of Sauron respectfully. "Greetings, Master." Sauron smiled and nodded. Stepping on the roulette of fate, he took Serene Prison and left. With the same method, he flew around, subduing the experts in this place. Hantan, Montesi, Rupert, Dracula, and Forefather Dragon, Lizard became the subordinates of the roulette of fate with a little mark of a spiderweb on their foreheads. Their fates were forcefully changed. After entering the Absolute Beginning Gateway, Sauron had found the Fate Power Upanishad origin at his fastest speed. After fusing with it, he obtained the supernatural power to change fate, which was really intimidating. He traveled around, subduing the experts without a Power Upanishad origin, making them his marionettes. Hantian, Serene Prison, Montesi, and Rupert were from the group of the 10 Great Territory Ancestor, and Forefather, Dragon, Lizard, and Dracula were also bold beings. Sauron had subdued many warriors from other forces as well, soon becoming the strongest force in this area, controlling people's fates. Not enough. I need a stronger assistant. It's not easy to deal with Shiryen. Desolate, I'm sure he has gotten some Power Upanishad origins, so his string of fate will be tougher and more complicated to take. He's not easy to. Seems like I have to find Devour and Yuan then. Sauron clasped his hands, standing on the roulette of fate while mumbling to himself. Behind him were Hantian, Serene Prison, Montesi, and Rupert, who didn't have the ability to control their bodies with the spiderweb of fate tying their soul altars. I must move faster. Sauron calculated and drove the roulette of fate, holding the scriptures of fate in his hand and flying fast away. As long as he bumped into any warrior in his way, if they hadn't obtained a Power Upanishad origin, he would make them his slaves instantly. After a long time, Sauron's eyes brightened. The roulette of fate got to an area which had a massive, transparent drop of water in it. Yuan's soul energy was powerful inside that water drop that was slowly shrinking. With this tendency, it would be fused shortly, becoming Yuan's supreme power. Sauron's roulette of fate quietly lowered as the group of warriors behind him emitted the tremendous energy at the same time. Pretty close, not too late. If you had obtained it, it would be much more laborious. Sauron looked at the water drop, his face happy. He was smiling while urging the power of fate, flipping pages of the strange book. Eventually he muttered, "Absolute Beginning Era, water creature, Yuan. Get out here." Sauron pointed at the last page of the scripture, and a strange light shot out of his finger. With that, the power that could detain creatures' fate shot out rumblingly. Sizzle! Yuan inside a running water current was pulled out of the water power Upanishad origin. As he was trying his best to absorb the water power Upanishad origin, he was quite outraged. Who dares to disturb my fusion? Confine his body, hissed Sauron. Serene Prison, Rupert, Montesi, Hantian, Dracula, and Forefather Dragon took action at the same time, urging their powers together. Flames filled the air together with brutal souls. Time paused, and a cold tornado swept forward along with thick lava. Many experts had joined hands to create a world-destroying energy to ambush Yuan, who had to create so many layers of water to stop their attacks. With competent servants, it's much easier. Otherwise, it'd be troublesome to control your fate, Sauron chuckled. His hand slowly flipped to the last page of the book, holding and pulling a big gray string. A twinge came from deep in his soul, and Yuan couldn't help but screech. With that, the water barriers he had cast shattered instantly, and his giant body was confined with an earth-destroying power. Yuan's body exploded continually, leaving him with severe wounds. It's easier now. Sauron nodded, pointing at Yuan. The latter was like a wooden marionette, flying toward him. You dare control me. Who do you think you are? Yuan bellowed while struggling hard. His body flying toward Sauron was forced to stop by his powerful soul consciousness. Worthy of being one of the strongest absolute beginning creatures. Your string of fate's tough enough. Seems like you need more wounds, hissed Sauron. Then Hantian, Rupert, and Serene Prison tried their best to attack Yuan. Different energies shadowed the place, and in just a blink, the other was wounded badly, his giant body revolving like a spinner. Why do you have to do that? Sauron sighed and pulled one more time. This time, Yuan was bewildered, his soul altar constantly shaking, which hindered him from gathering his energy. Just like that, he was pulled toward the other. Chapter 1605, Achieving Supreme Enlightenment. Chapter 1605, Achieving Supreme Enlightenment. _. The roulette of fate moved fast forward on the long journey. Sauron stepped on the roulette, clasping his hands behind his back, his face calm and cold. Behind him was the group led by absolute beginning creature Yuan. Han Tian's serene prison and Rupert all had a beautiful, exquisite mark of a spiderweb on their forehead, which was the seal that tied their souls. Even an intimidating expert like Yuan couldn't escape Sauron's net of life. In this moment, he had become a slave, his soul altar detained. At this moment, Sauron was stronger than ever. Riding the roulette of fate, Sauron took Yuan, serene prison, and Han Tian to strike forward. Any creature bumped into him would be enslaved, their souls controlled. He was almost invincible. Almost at the same time, Desolate, the god of war, was moving across the void, taking in more power Upanishad origins. He was strengthening himself, trying to accumulate energy for the last brutal fight. Meanwhile, Shi Yan was also trying his best. His evil clone was still devouring the power Upanishad origin, fighting against Devour in that dark tunnel. Their competition of energy, power Upanishad, realm, and had to produce a clear result. At the same time, after the star clone killed Fandalay, it had begun to fuse with the Sea of Stars, making it the most magical essence of his power. Shi Yan's host body had left toward the Sea of Life at his max speed. Watching the area with rolling life energy and the condensed aura from the Milky Sea, he was struck. I'm back. This time, I want to take in the power of the life power Upanishad origin. The blood in his body burned, and drops of ruby blood oozed out of his pores. As his body shivered, his blood flew away like blood spirits. Each drop of blood turned into a blood shadow, which then twisted and congregated into a Shi Yan. As soon as another clone was created, Shi Yan divided his tier of power Upanishads. The life seal emerged from his head in the shape of a crystal ball and moved toward the clone. He did the same to the soul pond and the soul consciousness, which entered the clone through his eyes. Pondering for a while, he let out a low shout, and the co-soul with the power Upanishad symbol tower flew out of his host body, entering the clone's head. The co-soul was made of Shi Yan's soul and the Grace mainland's origin. This special soul had fused with the power Upanishad symbol tower. After Shi Yan had divided and created two clones, he thought he had to use the co-soul this time to ensure the success rate of fusing with the life power Upanishad origin. Swoosh! The co-soul fell on the clone's head and hovered above the new soul altar, along with an immense and thick life energy. Shi Yan's host body and the life clone exchanged looks. Then the life clone moved toward the Sea of Life without a second's wait. This time it wasn't rejected, entering the Sea of Life in just a blink. A magical feeling reflected in his mind, the feeling life fusing being so clear. It works. As the life clone got the approval from the life power Upanishad origin, vitality from everywhere continually rolled toward it from the Sea of Life. Shortly, the clone was given tonics that had strengthened its soul, bones, soul altar, and body holy, which enhanced it greatly. By the Sea of Life, Shi Yan's host body hovered as he quieted down his mind to sense and feel the harmony between the Sea of Life and his clone, feeling each step of the fusion. Unless there's a stronger creature with a better understanding of the life power Upanishad, no one can stop my fusion. Pondering for a while, Shi Yan smiled while muttering to himself, Okay, only the space power Upanishads left. Then his body urged the power of space to leave this place. The evil clone, the star clone, and the life clone were detached from Shi Yan's host body, and they had taken with them 3/4 of his energy, power Upanishads, and even blood. Currently, his host body had only 1/4 of the power he had in his peak condition. If he encountered a strong opponent, he wouldn't be able to win. Fortunately, the host body kept the space power Upanishad, the best power to use in case he had to run for his life. His body rippled with space energy while moving through the void in search of the space power Upanishad origin to take this last essence power. This search seemed to absorb all of his luck as it became gradually harsh. Even after an unknown but long time, he hadn't found the energy fluctuation of the space power Upanishad origin. However, he wasn't really hurried because the other 3 clones were having a steady progress. As the life power Upanishad origin and the star power Upanishad origin were being taken in, the power of his host body was slowly increasing. Also because of the fusion, the life clone also received benefits with the increase of realm and power understanding. Slowly, the evil clone gained a little advantage in the battle against Devour. As the other clones were getting stronger, the evil clone got stronger as well, which made the chance of victory lean on his side. The situation was favorable to him, which was why he wasn't hurried. His clones were accumulating energy, while his host body was searching for the space power Upanishad origin. He finally got time to consider and reason the situation. Why had they come here? What was this place? What were the absolute beginning's mysteries? He quieted down, keeping his soul clear and tranquil while wandering aimlessly. Along the way, he luckily found a scorching ball with burning power of thousands of fire abilities. It was the fire power Upanishad origin. He had also met a terrifying tornado that was moving around, howling and screaming past him. It was the wind power Upanishad origin. Unfortunately, Han Tian wasn't around, and he couldn't contact the other. Thus, he had to give it up. Kantasi cultivated the wind power Upanishad as well, but she had perished already. No one could find that wind power Upanishad origin anymore. The appearance of the fire power Upanishad origin and the wind power Upanishad origin repeated in his head as he was trying to figure out where he was and why it had so many power Upanishad origins like this. Staying pensive, he gradually forgot his target, the space power Upanishad origin, as all of his body and mind had been absorbed into his thoughts. After a long time, something flashed in his head one day. He was shaken while a magnificent light radiated from his eyes. "I got it! I got it!" He couldn't help but scream, swinging his hands in thrill. The thick mist was clear. The smoke and clouds that covered his soul were swept away. This place's absolute beginning's tier of power Upanishads, and the vague, endless void is absolute beginning's territory. This place is absolute beginning's soul altar, its sea of consciousness, tier of power Upanishads, and the host soul were made with the same method. Shuryen hissed, his eyes clear. He had finally confirmed this. Before absolute beginning disappeared, he had used its soul, body, and blood to create creatures. Desolate, Yuan, and Devourer of the absolute beginning era used to be parts of absolute beginning. Absolute beginning understood the principle of all power Upanishads. He was the rule maker in this universe. After he vanished, Desolate, Yuan, and Devourer all had his memory of power Upanishads, more or less. That was why Yuan was born a water creature. Devourer got the devouring and the 8 evil power Upanishads, and Xiao had mastered the divine light. Every creature in this world was created by absolute beginning. It was similar to how Desolate created the immortal demon clan, imperial dark tribe, heavenly monster tribe, and the god clan, and Devourer had given birth to the devouring clan. The vastly immense universe, the home of billions of creatures, was actually Desolate's territory. Because of his supreme power, his territory was endless, with millions of smaller territories inside. The absolute beginning gateway was the door to get out of that territory, and the power Upanishad symbol tower was the key. Moving through the absolute beginning gateway was actually leaving the territory absolute beginning had created for his tier of power Upanishads. All the power Upanishads the creatures had cultivated came from the power Upanishad origin in absolute beginning's soul altar. If a warrior got a power Upanishad origin, he would become the one who could make a power Upanishad's principle, which was a god seal that would never fade. This area was the tier of power Upanishads, the cradle of all power Upanishads, the world under the tier of territory in his soul altar. Then, what was underneath this tier? The sea of consciousness. I'm sure there's another tier down there. The sea of consciousness will have the soul pond, absolute beginning's soul pond. Oh my God! What separates these two tiers? Space. The space power Upanishad origin? Sure, Yen was shaken as he observed the void underneath. His face changed. Of course, the power Upanishad origin was so precious. But if his assumptions were correct, deep in the void under his feet would be another tier, absolute beginning's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness would have the soul pond, which contained absolute beginning's purest soul energy, also the energy that could create souls and lives. It was the most mysterious energy in this world. Absolute beginning's soul pond. A chain of thought ran through his head, and he took a deep breath. As he believed in his assumption, he began to sink into the void underneath. He believed that something would be down there, and he wanted to check it out. After his host soul had discharged the star, life, and devouring power Upanishads, as well as the co-soul and the power Upanishad symbol tower, it only had the space power Upanishad, and the energy running in this body was also the strange space energy. As soon as he had activated space energy, his body seemed to pierce through so many layers of spaces to plunge to the deepest area in this void, his speed being amazing. Sinking further with no return. After an unknown time, perhaps a moment or a million years, his soul suddenly shook. He had sensed the aura of the purest space energy. In this moment, his feet felt a rigid ground. He stooped to see, his face switching to a thrilled countenance instantly. He couldn't help but laugh contentedly. Indeed, under his feet was a spacious mirror that didn't have an end. It filled every area of the void, separating the tier of power Upanishads and the sea of consciousness. It was the space power Upanishad origin in the shape of a colossal mirror. The tier of power Upanishad was above the sea of consciousness, and that mirror separated them like the absolute beginning gateway separated the world. Laborious searching isn't as good as thinking a little more. Time won't mistreat people with a resolute mind. While laughing, Shuryen released the pure space energy, slowly entering the bright mirror underneath and starting to fuse with the space power Upanishad origin. Chapter 1606, Swallow Devour. Chapter 1606, Swallow Devour. As soon as Shuryen's body understood the situation and absolute beginning's mysteries, his soul and spirit were sublimated. At the same time, his realm seemed to increase as well. Not only did the host body get the benefits, but the three clones had the same feeling as well when the inner realm had a new breakthrough. The souls of the star clone, evil clone, and life clone were shaken at the same time. The riddle about the realm that had troubled and puzzled them for a long time was now as clear as the sunlight. Their understanding of the realm was increased greatly. At the same time, the three clones now had a better and deeper understanding of their power Upanishads. The sea of consciousness, the tier of power Upanishads, territory, and host soul were the key elements of creating a soul altar. Every strong creature would have the soul altar built in this architecture. It went with the core rule of heaven and earth as the ancestor of this universe. Absolute beginning also had such a soul altar. It was how the root of the great path looked like. As the mist cleared, his realm was increased, and the fusion speed between the star clone and the life clone with the power Upanishad origins got faster. Because of the host body, the clones also received great benefits. At the same time, the faster speed of the life clone and the star clone had also strengthened the host body. It was a magical circle. Similarly, his evil clone had its realm and energy increased as the host body got a deep comprehension of power Upanishads, and the fusion speed of the star clone and the life clone got faster. The evil clone had already had a slight advantage, and now it was even stronger because of these reasons. With all this, the pressure on Devour was getting bigger. Gradually, he got panic-stricken as he had a premonition that all of his traces in this world would be soon erased. In Absolute Beginning's tier of Power Upanishads, Sauron stepped on the roulette of fate, moving fast. He was trying hard to find Shur Yan's aura to locate and kill him. No one understood Shur Yan's intimidation more than him. Sauron had guarded the Absolute Beginning Gateway for many years, and he had seen Shur Yan's soul pierce through the Absolute Beginning Gateway, getting deeper in the sea domain of nihility and crossing the sea of annihilation to enter desolate territory with his own eyes. Shur Yan's appearance had triggered the commotions of the Absolute Beginning Gateway. Time flew by. Shur Yan was getting stronger every day. Eventually, he got the Power Upanishad symbol tower to open the Absolute Beginning Gateway. It seemed like a string had connected Shur Yan to the Absolute Beginning Gateway, this tier of Power Upanishads, and the Power Upanishad symbol tower that no one knew about. And Sauron couldn't see that string. Although Yuan, Ziyao, Desolate, and Devour had a tough string of fate, he could still see and touch them. In this vast sea of stars, Shur Yan was an exception that he couldn't see through. Until now, he couldn't confirm Shur Yan's origin. However, as the latter was getting stronger after every day, he knew that if he couldn't stop Shur Yan's growth, he wouldn't have a chance later on. To Sauron, Desolate wasn't as tough to cope with as Shur Yan. He was the sage who understood Shur Yan's threat the most. Thus, after he got the Fate Power Upanishad origin and had gathered a strong force, he had made killing Shur Yan his top target. While Sauron was searching for Shur Yan, Desolate had seized the chance to fuse with more Power Upanishad origins. Not many people knew that Desolate had mastered the Life Power Upanishad as well. Moreover, no one could beat him in using Life Power Upanishad. Moreover, Shur Yan's Life Power Upanishad came from Desolate's inheritance. After taking in many Power Upanishad origins, Desolate aimed at the Sea of Life. Since he had the map of the tier of Power Upanishads, he got the precise location. He was moving fast toward the Sea of Life. In a remote corner of the tier of Power Upanishad, Ziyao's 12-headed snake body was covered in a beautiful auspicious cluster of clouds tinged with sunset hues. Those clouds were strangely magnificent, with mysterious moving divine light. It was Ziyao's Power Upanishad, and she was fusing with it fast. In another area, Meiji had completed her fusion with the Ice Power Upanishad origin, and was now moving around to find Shur Yan and the others. Something's wrong. On the roulette of fate, Sauron frowned. He pulled himself together to observe the void underneath, his face stern. The barrier underneath seems to be cracked. Is that someone who knows the mysteries of this tier of Power Upanishads and Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness underneath? Who is that? Devour or Desolate? Sauron became baffled and hesitant. Sauron had guarded the Absolute Beginning Gateway and wandered around the endless abyss for years. With the power of fate, he had soon understood the magical secrets in this area. Getting through the Absolute Beginning Gateway, he knew the situation before Shur Yan. He knew that this place was Absolute Beginning's tier of Power Upanishads, and his sea of consciousness should be underneath. Being the sage of this era, he had spent efforts over tens of thousands of years for the Absolute Beginning Gateway's secret. No, someone's trying to open the barrier between the two tiers. Sauron's face darkened. Taking a deep breath, he drove the roulette of fate toward the void underneath. Almost at the same time, Desolate halted as he was heading toward the Sea of Life. Just like Sauron, he pulled a stern face. Unexpectedly, someone knows the path, trying to open the barrier between the two tiers. That barrier's, of course, the space power Upanishad origin. If someone can find it fast, it must be Shur-Yen. Desolate knew the reason, and he was more certain than Sauron that Shur-Yen was the troublemaker down there. If he opens the barrier and enters the sea of consciousness to find that soul pond, it'll cause more troubles. Desolate pondered for a while and decided to give up the Sea of Life. He acted similar to Sauron as he turned and plunged to the endless void beneath. Both Sauron and Desolate had a deep knowledge about this place. They had also guessed that the barrier separated the two places should be the space power Upanishad origin. Feeling the tier of power Upanishads shaking, they made the same decision. At this moment, Xiao was still taking in the power Upanishad origin. Meiji was searching for Shur-Yen, and Shur-Yen's 3 clones were fusing with the power Upanishad origins, while his true body was trying hard to absorb the space power Upanishad origin. Inside the devouring black hole, Shur-Yen's evil clone and Devourer were trying to swallow each other. The 2 black holes wiggled, changing continually, as Shur-Yen's host body and the 2 clones were getting stronger. This evil clone had taken the upper hand. His corrosive power had increased, which had almost deactivated Devourer's attack. Do not wiggle anymore. You and I are one. You will become a part of me. It's your destiny. Shur-Yen's voice was like a sharp sword, continually thrusting into Devourer's soul and messing up his resisting spirit. You aren't stronger than me. Even if I, the clone, am destroyed, the star clone and the life clone still exist. You can't actually destroy me. I'm sure you can feel I'm getting stronger steadily. It's because my fusions are about to complete. You don't have any backup. How can you defeat me? As he was stronger, he could spend his soul energy to affect Devourer's soul verbally. He wanted to damage the latter's mental defenses. Give it up. Come blend with my soul, becoming part of me. It's how we can gather the devouring power Upanishad and the 8 evil power into one, making it the strongest power Upanishad in this world. I promise you, I will swallow your lifetime enemy Desolate. I will use the devouring power Upanishad to kill him and fulfill the wish you've embraced for tens of thousands of years. You can't defeat me. You will be defeated and eradicated. Don't struggle. Give up, give up. Oh. Shur-Yen's voice reverberated in Devourer's head like a giant hammer, hitting his spirit to make him collapse mentally and give up his resistance. However, Shur-Yen had belittled the strong will of the absolute beginning creatures. His mental attack had just weakened Devourer's soul a little bit, but he couldn't break Devourer's inner world. The 2 of them continued to swallow each other, entangling like 2 black clouds while flying toward the deepest area of the devouring power Upanishad origin. After an unknown time, there was no thick negative energy swarming toward them anymore. The pulling force the 2 had to endure disappeared all of a sudden. They had just reached the evil heart, the fountainhead of the devouring power Upanishad, the other end of the dark tunnel. And it was actually a heart, a mountain-like, ink-black heart. The palpitating heart had so many black holes that were all wiggling and devouring as if they could swallow all the evilness in the territories, using the evil thoughts from so many creatures as the energy to live. Thump, thump. The black heart throbbed, and Shur-Yen's soul and Devourer's soul were shaken hard. As a result, the crazy battle between them was halted. The black holes on the heart looked like bored holes, which somehow looked similar to Shur-Yen's acupuncture points connecting to numerous territories and the evil thoughts of countless creatures. This black evil heart was the fountainhead of devouring power Upanishad. It was the evilness in absolute beginning's heart that he had condensed into an evil heart, the origin of sins. When Shuryan's evil clone saw that black hole, the Power Upanishad symbol tower in the head of the life clone, which was pretty far from them, suddenly shot a beam of light. That light beam crossed the space as if it could tear the devouring black hole to reach that black evil heart. Thump, 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 thump. The evil heart palpitated intensely and flew out as the light beam shone on it, heading toward the black hole Shuryan's evil clone had created. Afterward, it reached Shuryan's evil clone and got into its heart. In that split second, the power of the Power Upanishad origin that filled the entire tunnel flooded Shuryan's heart completely. Amidst an unimaginable agony, the Power Upanishad origin shrank and got into his chest. At the same time, after a long time entangling with Shuryan, Devour couldn't resist anymore. He was covered and pulled into the evil heart, staying inside Shuryan's chest altogether. At this moment, the devouring Power Upanishad origin was fusing with Shuryan's evil clone. Aegregor. A terrifying screeching came from Shuryan's evil clone. In absolute beginning's tier of Power Upanishads, he was screaming painfully as if he was being tormented unceasingly. Thick black smoke fumed from his acupuncture points, slithering around him like venomous snakes and expanding. All the experts staying in this tier of Power Upanishads had their souls shivering at that moment. Chapter 1607 Meetup. Chapter 1607 Meetup. _ Something's really bad has happened. Riding the roulette of fate, Sauron lifted his head to look at the endless void. An extreme, insecure feeling churned in his soul as he felt a terrifying threat. It seems like some extremely formidable existence has just roared, which runs directly to a warrior's soul. This creature must be very intimidating. Yuan appeared in his human form, his white beard reaching his chest, and his face tender and calm. He didn't look different except for a little exquisite spiderweb mark on his forehead. He turned to Sauron, talking respectfully. Yeah, something's not normal at all. How about you guys? Hissed Sauron, his face stern. A strange pressure came up in my soul. It's very evil, very frightening, said Serene Prison. Don't know why I feel restless. I want to explode and vent my evil thoughts, answered Rupert. Han Tian, Montesi, and the others stooped, giving similar answers. Seems like Devour may have obtained the devouring Power Upanishad origin. Yeah, that's it. Only him with the devouring Power Upanishad origin can bring that horrible fear to every creature after his realm rockets, Sauron mumbled after a while. However, he didn't stop his journey toward the Space Power Upanishad origin, as if Devour weren't as scary as Shuryan. Almost at the same time, Desolate halted midair. He lifted his head to look at the void, talking indifferently. I wonder who has taken the devouring Power Upanishad origin, Devour or that kid. From that evil aura, he was sure that the devouring Power Upanishad origin had been taken. And in this world, only Shuryan and Devour were qualified to do that. No matter who got it, that person would be a very big threat to him. But Desolate and Sauron had made the same decision. They ignored that evil threat, persistently heading to the area that might have the space barrier. By the Sea of Life, Meiji wore a long, silver dress, hovering in the void like the goddess of ice. Her eyes that could enchant any creature were like snow flowers, releasing a cold aura. Standing by the Sea of Life for a long time, she didn't let out a word, just waiting for Shuryan to fuse with the Power Upanishad origin. Zi Yao lazily opened her eyes inside an area with magnificent clouds, her face gorgeous, as if she just had woken up from a beautiful dream. Bands of lights, tinged with sunset hues, suddenly wound around her graceful body like rainbows, forming a stunning dress. I did it. Smiling gently, she turned into a jet of red-orange divine light, then flashed and disappeared. After an unknown time, she reappeared in a world of a mysterious starry sky. Looking Sher Yan's body emerging in the sea of stars, she smiled. Seems this star clone will finish first. I should wait for a while. Deep in the void, Sher Yan's evil clone was shrieking and shrilling terrifyingly as he was falling deep to the bottom of the Power Upanishad origin. The skin of this evil clone had turned jet black as if he was poisoned severely. His entire body was black, leaving a pair of savage eyes that were as red as blood. A thick, murderous aura that couldn't disperse emitted from his body, which could instigate the devil in every creature's heart. Thump, thump, thump. The heart in his chest seemed to imprison a formidable demon that continually expanded. Beams of black air that naked eyes could see emitted from his chest, entering his bones, blood, and flesh, even his soul and brain. He was digesting. The evil energy that could destroy the world was bursting inside the evil clone, which was enough to terrify any powerful creature. At the bottom of the tier of Power Upanishads, the Space Power Upanishad origin that looked like a colossal mirror now had so many fine cracks on it. The shining mirror shattered, crackling strangely as if there was a beast bidding and swallowing the broken pieces to explode this layer from the inside. Time flew hurriedly, and the immensely vast space power Upanishad origin slowly shrank. Swish! The roulette of fate cut through the dark void, rumblingly arriving and hovering above the mirror space power Upanishad origin. Sauron, Yuan, Serene Prion, Montesi, and the others observed, their faces frightened. Tie the soul! Confine the soul consciousness! Sauron frowned, touching his glabella. With that a magical light that rippled right between his brows. Han Tian, Montesi, forefather dragon lizard, Dracula, the ones who knew Sher Yan, had their countenances changed instantly. They looked puzzled, as if their intelligence and consciousness were confined so that they couldn't even think. It's his aura, the space power Upanishad's aura. The person taking in the space power Upanishad origin is Sher Yan. Serene Prison was holding a dark green soul orb in his hands, using his mind to trigger its power. He quieted his mind to sense for a while. Sauron nodded, talking faintly. This space power Upanishad origin separates two worlds. We're in absolute beginnings tier of power Upanishads, and below this tier is absolute beginnings sea of consciousness. If the mirror under our feet shatters, the two tiers will be linked. At this moment, Sher Yan's fusion has just begun. It'll take a while before the mirror shatters. Until that time, you should try your best to kill Sher Yan. Even if you die, you have to make his soul perish. Yuan, Serene Prison, and Rupert looked a little struggling when they heard his voice. It seemed they wanted to get rid of the shackles. However, after a short moment, their eyes turned deeply respectful to Sauron. "We will obey your order, Master," they cried together. "Now we just wait," Sauron beamed. Those who came first suddenly quieted down, jumping off the roulette of fate and scattering. They all focused on the mirror beneath. The power Upanishad origin in the shape of a shining mirror seemed to not have an end. At this moment, the mirror had so many fine cracks, which then developed further, reaching far and wide as if it was about to shatter. The rippling space energy became clear, but they seemed like layers of space being dissolved and melting. Sauron always looked calm, but his eyes were sparkling strangely as he was actually excited. He had been waiting for this moment for tens of thousands of years. After this layer shattered, he would kill Sher Yan and get the soul pawn down there. Then he would have the utmost power Upanishad and become the sole god in this world. Who's Sauron? All of a sudden, a rumbling but cold voice came from the void like billions of thunderclaps booming at the same time. Sauron was sinking in his joy, so he was bewildered for a moment when he heard that. Yuan stooped and roared as he was suddenly tense. He had already urged the water power Upanishad, and a drop of transparent water covered him entirely. The water power Upanishad origin Yuan had fused with was connected to all seas and rivers in the universe instantly. The power of water ran directly to his body, his power soaring in just a blink. Yuan's tense nerves surprised the others Sauron had controlled, as they all knew how strong Yuan was. As even he was vigilant like that, they knew the one who was about to arrive here was even more intimidating. Desolate. While they were so astounded, Yuan shouted, gathering almost all of his power to resist the disaster that could come at any minute. Han Tian, Montesi, Forefather Dragon Lizard, and Dracula had resisted Desolate's soul attack in defense of Cloud Mist territory. As soon as they heard Desolate's voice, they instinctively urged their power Upanishads to prepare to counter the incoming enemy. All of a sudden, imposing gold mountains rumblingly and brutally fell together in the dark void like drill bits. Boom! 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 The tremendous power that could shatter the world and explode the void covered the entire sky. Boom! A gold mountain hit Yuan's water drop and boomed like the end of the world. Yuan immediately transformed back to his true body. At the moment the water drop exploded, he used his thick turtle shell to parry the gold mountain. Even so, Yuan's body was blown, falling on the space mirror uncontrollably. Han Tian, Montesi, Dracula, and Forefather Dragon Lizard instinctively grouped. They used the fire to create a flaming dragon and time to slow the gold mountains. Then, they used the burning lava to cast a barrier. That was how they stopped a horrible attack from a gold mountain. Han Tian spurted a mouthful of blood as his face changed in fright. He couldn't help but cry, so fierce. The restriction that had frozen his soul consciousness was broken after this attack, and he regained his sound mind instantly. However, his soul altar was still netted by the spiderweb of fate, so he couldn't escape Sauron's enslavement. After he was bewildered for a while, he turned to Montesi, Dracula, and Forefather Dragon Lizard by him, and found that they didn't get hurt after that attack, their faces still looking baffled. Crack! Crack! Serene Prison and Rupert crackled as a sharp, giant mountain hit them, pressing them on the mirror, leaving their bodies almost collapsed. They discolored in fright, trying to urge their power to stop their bodies from shattering. Desolate, it's you. At the moment the giant gold mountain came to him, Sauron became mindful. Feeling the earth-shaking metal power, he slightly changed his face. The roulette of fate under his feet rose up all of a sudden. Shortly, billions of light rays moved around the roulette, while billions of creatures in the world had a strange feeling as if a wisp of their souls was sucked away. Boom! The giant mountain hit the roulette but couldn't smash it. The roulette of fate trembled twice and then steadied above Sauron's head. You're Sauron. I have finally found you. Desolate's cold and overbearing voice came from the dark sky. Then he appeared in their vision in the human form of Ghost Hunter, hovering above the others to observe them. Sauron pulled a stern face, raising his head to look at Desolate as he nodded. I finally get to meet you. Recently you had peeped at Desolate territory. What's your conspiracy? Desolate's voice was cold. Just checking if you had woken up yet. Sauron pulled himself together quickly. A thick book flew out of his forehead, which he then held with both of his hands. While talking, his hands flipped the pages to the last page and found a familiar symbol before pressing it. He finally exhaled in relief, beaming. I've been waiting for you for a long time, too. Chapter 1608. Shake the Entire World. Chapter 1608. Shake the Entire World. During the Absolute Beginning Era, Desolate was the strongest warrior whom everybody had acknowledged. He was so invincible that even Devour, the embodiment of evil, couldn't resist him. By now, Desolate had become an unbeatable legend. Sauron was the expert of the new generation. Leading the 10 great territory ancestors, He was a mysterious existence with a rare fate power Upanishad. In the eyes of Han Tian and Serene Prison, Sauron was the strongest expert of this current era, the deepest existence they would never be able to estimate. And today, Desolate and Sauron had finally met. The peerless expert of the old time and the peerless expert of the current time seemed to have some problem with each other. Sauron held the book with one hand while the other hand traced the last page. With a smile, he said, "In this immensely infinite world, there's only one string of fate I can't touch. And you, even though you're invincible, you're not that person. As long as I can touch your string of fate, you can't defeat me." "Are you sure?" sneered Desolate while studying the other. "I want to try, indeed." "You can try." Sauron also smiled happily. As he was laughing, the line of fate in his palm bloomed like a strange flower, pressing on the biggest and toughest string on the last page of the scripture. Desolate's soul sounded like the pressed, tensive string while in agony he couldn't describe arose from his soul, expanding to a sea of consciousness and soul altar, intruding in his territory. All the creatures, no matter they were warriors from the big races or the ordinary human beings and beasts in Desolate territory, had a terrible migraine at that moment. It was like Desolate's soul had pierced through the souls of every creature in Desolate territory. Those creatures had to endure a migraine as Desolate was having one, and their souls would be destroyed if Desolate's soul was destroyed. All the creatures now living on the heavenly rock continent and in the cloud mist territory deep in the sea domain of nihility, like Carthu, Leona, Phalon, Blood Devil, Young Tian Emperor, etc., had the magical mark in their souls because they were born in Desolate territory, which caused the pain. They didn't know what had happened. Sauron pulled the gray string while smiling. "If I pull off this string, your soul won't be complete anymore. You will die. Do you believe me?" Desolate had a gleam of fright that made him frown, rubbing the crown of his head instinctively. "The fate power Upanishad's really magical, especially now that you have the fate power Upanishad origin, which helps you capture the string of fate of every creature. Not bad, you're fierce. Much more powerful than what I thought." As Sauron was laughing heartily, Desolate changed his tone of voice. "But are you sure you can pull my string of fate off? If you could, why wouldn't you have it done earlier? After you got the fate power Upanishad origin. You should have done that if you could have." Then Desolate shouted and balled his fingers into fists before punching Sauron's roulette of fate. As soon as Desolate's punch came, the power of metal, the scorching heat of fire, and the toughness of great earth joined each other. His punch suddenly had a lush, ancient tree with an immense life energy. Boom! His fist hit the roulette of fate, and the four powers of metal, life, earth, and fire burst off at the same time, creating a horrible impact that shook the roulette of fate continually. The roulette screeched while retreating back to underneath Sauron as if it was scared. At the moment the roulette of fate was hit hard, Sauron's chest dented as well. It seemed that his body also received a heart attack as blood trickled down the corners of his mouth, his face pale. "Show me if you can pull it off." Desolate retreated after launching a punch. The life tree grew from his stomach, thriving fast with luxuriant branches and leaves, creating a natural armor and covering him entirely. "I haven't used my body to attack you, and you've been wounded already. Your human body's too fragile. Do you think you're qualified to talk to me?" Desolate pulled a cold face, his peerless, overbearing aura emitting wildly. "I have swaggered for an entire era. What kind of character I haven't seen?" "You're at a high realm, and your power Upanishad is very special. Unfortunately, your body's too weak. It's your biggest weakness. It's just sleep-talking if you want to use the human body to fight me." Then Desolate touched his glabella, and a cyan lightning ball soared up, bringing with it the world-shattering power of the extreme lightning aura to bombard Sauron. That lightning ball could break the soul will, so if it hit Sauron's soul altar, His sea of consciousness, soul pond, and host soul would perish instantly. Nothing of his would remain in this world. I didn't attack you after I got the fate power Upanishad origin, because I knew it wasn't enough. Seeing the lightning ball, Sauron shouted, his face calm, "All of you, parry it!" using your best power to attack his true body. I have his string of fate here. Then Sauron condensed all of his power. The roulette of fate under his feet suddenly shrank into an exquisite ring, which then slid on his index finger. At this moment, his finger was the finger of God that could turn the spider web of fate, pulling Desolate's fate. Boom! Shortly, a tying force came over to Desolate's soul, like billions of invisible tentacles and shackles that nothing could resist. Desolate's magical and formidable abilities were stagnant in this moment, and he couldn't use all of his power anymore. The experts like Yuan, Han Tian, Serene Prison, Rupert, Montesi, Dracula, and Forefather Dragon Lizard had turned into outraged beasts that weren't afraid of death. Under Sauron's order, they all stormed toward Desolate. Yuan had returned to his true form, and Forefather Dragon Lizard did the same. Serene Prison had released all of his brutal souls, and Han Tian had become a fire giant. This group of experts had paid by burning their vitality and soul to urge their power to the acme. In this moment, the power they were showing could eliminate an entire territory in just a blink of an eye, which was enough to make the sea domain of nihility shatter again. This was truly a heaven-destroying power. Eorgrig, Desolate, suddenly roared angrily as blood splashed about. He struggled fiercely and transformed to his absolute beginning dragon body. Branches of the tree grew from the gaps between his scale armor with thick vitality. The life-ancient tree grew by his dragon horns, rooted deep into his body and bones. A brutal aura shot to the sky, bursting as if it was real matter. Yuan and the others, who were dashing toward Desolate, got slower as if they were entangled with tens of thousands of dragons. However, at this moment, Yuan, Han Tian, Serene Prison, Rupert, and the others had urged their powers to the utmost, burning their souls and vitality to create the most frantic, rumbling power, and hitting the giant dragon with it. Yuan had drained the water of the oceans in the entire universe to condense water drops as heavy as billions of mountains. The water power inside those water drops created a world of water, pressing on the dragons. Han Tian was now a fire giant. As he was roaring, flows of fiery lights with his soul consciousness were burning while he was hovering above Desolate. Serene Prison's brutal souls, he had refined for tens of thousands of years, appeared in the shapes of the ancient demogorgons, hissing and shrieking while tearing Desolate's body. Yuan, Han Tian, Serene Prison, and Rupert were burning their souls and vitality to cast the strongest attacks, which were as strong as the power of an enraged expert at the third sky of Territory Ancestor Realm. As they were joining hands, Desolate, who couldn't gather all of his power because of the restraint on his soul, roared and bellowed as bleeding wounds appeared on his body. I didn't attack you right after I got the fate power Upanishad origin, because I knew if you resisted me with your full force, I wouldn't be able to cut your string of fate. Sauron held the thick scriptures of fate, the finger wearing the roulette of fate touching a massive string that was like a dragon. That's why I didn't do anything, and started with Serene Prison. I've enslaved the experts, including Yuan. I even gave him time to absorb the water power Upanishad origin. I've prepared for a long time so that they will help me trouble your body while I'm working on your soul. Sauron laughed. Like now, both your soul and body are under attack. As long as you lose on one front, you will die shortly. I do want to see if you're strong enough to resist all the experts in this universe. Yuan, Han Tian, Serene Prison, Rupert, Montesi, Dracula, and Forefather Dragon Lizard were, just like Sauron had mentioned, peerless experts and the most intimidating creatures in the Sea of Stars. Added with Sauron, the expert who controlled fate, this force was incredible indeed. What Desolate was facing was the attack of all the strongest experts in this vast sea of stars, physically and mentally. On top of that, Sauron didn't care about the lives of Yuan, Han-Tian, or anyone else. He had made them burn their lives to attack Desolate's body. This sort of a fearless attack could create unimaginable effects. Sauron and Desolate had come here because of Shiryen and considered him their biggest threat. But now, because of some old grudge, they fought each other as soon as they met. This was the fiercest battle, though. Well, it's not that I haven't used my power to resist the experts of an entire era. Desolate's roar in his absolute beginning dragon form was enough to sweep away the cosmos. I could counter the strong creatures that could control the world back then, and I still can in this era. As he was roaring terrifyingly, Desolate's giant dragon body wiggled and twisted hard. In his splashing blood, wonders were created by so many different power Upanishads in the form of lightning balls, fireballs, storms, icicles, and divine lights. All of them shot out of the gap between his scales with his blood. The abundant energy that could shatter the experts joined and created an impact that could obliterate this universe. It was a bizarre shockwave. Han-Tian, Serene Prison, Rupert, Forefather Dragon Lizard, and even Yuan felt petrified as though they had a barbarian dragon from the ancient times gazing at them, preparing to tear them apart. The experts shrilled as they were blasted away. Their bodies cracked, filled with exhaustion. You have so many soldiers, but only Yuan has a worthy competence. If you could enslave Hui and devour, perhaps I couldn't have resisted you. But it's not enough to use them to trouble me. Desolate shouted angrily while lifting his dragon head, as a life star emerged from the life tree by his horn. At first glance, that life star was Desolate Continent. As soon as Desolate Continent materialized, Desolate shouted, and the planet fell rumblingly. An immense life energy locked on Sauron. That life star's target was him. As Sauron had peeped at Desolate territory for so many years, he knew what that planet meant. It was the formidable weapon Desolate had created after so many years of staying dormant. Seeing the life star rolling toward him, Sauron was frightened, fumbling with the scriptures of fate. Chapter 1609. Space is Broken. Shiryen gets out. Chapter 1609. Space is Broken. Shiryen gets out. _ By the time the Absolute Beginning era ended, Desolate had been wounded so severely that he had to stay dormant, his body dismembered. Staying in Desolate Continent, his host soul had slept for quite a long time. While sleeping, as he had made Desolate Continent his resting place, it had been affected by his consciousness. Slowly, it became a refined divine weapon, a supernatural one. It had become a lethal weapon with his power Upanishads and life seal. The Desolate Continent fell from the sky with an energy fluctuation that made Sauron shiver like a leaf. At that moment, his face changed greatly. As he shouted, his finger placed on the gray string cracked. His bone was broken. The ring slid out of the finger, falling on the rough, gray string. Boom! Desolate's ancient dragon body had an explosion in the head as if an earthquake had just taken place there. His host's soul was struck hard, which made him dizzy. Deep in his eyes, complicated dragon scaled patterns arose, which looked like a net that had tied his soul altar down. He couldn't gather more energy to pump to Desolate Continent to maintain its attack. However, the Desolate Continent was still falling like a massive iron ball, falling toward Sauron with an unceasing momentum. Sauron's human body was even smaller than an ant compared to the Desolate Continent. As he was busy suppressing Desolate's string of fate, he didn't duck the falling Desolate Continent, which was like a mass of clouds that could swallow the entire world. At this moment, Desolate's string of fate was pressed, but Sauron couldn't dodge the attack anymore. Seeing the disaster falling on his head, Sauron pressed another finger on another string on the same page of the scriptures, hissing, "Take it from me!" Aergurg. The giant absolute beginning body of Yuan had been blown far away because of Desolate's previous shockwave. While he hadn't had the time to recover, his soul was struck. While shrilling, he couldn't resist the forced command. He brought his shell, which was bigger and tougher than Desolate Continent, dashing toward the falling Desolate Continent. Boom! Desolate Continent fell, furiously colliding with Yuan's turtle shell. Lights of colliding energy rippled that naked eyes could see. They expanded and shot everywhere, making the void explode continually. Yuan screeched again, his voice shaking the void. His giant turtle body balled as the head and limbs retracted into the shell. Yuan's shell that looked like a vast continent had a clear dent while he quivered continually as he was wounded horribly. Sauron's countenance didn't change, but he actually exhaled in relief. Yuan had shielded one attack for him with the price of his self being hurt badly. Anyway, Sauron didn't care about Yuan, Han Tian, and the others even if they were to be struck to death. To him, as long as he was safe, he could sacrifice anybody. At the moment Yuan was shrieking and shivering, Sauron quietly left the area covered by Desolate Continent with the scripture in his hands. Hit him harder! Sauron sent another order while running away. Han Tian, Rupert, and the others were struck away by Desolate's energy shockwave. However, they couldn't control their soul altars. Seeming like gory marionettes, they were burning their lives like moths heading toward a flame as they stormed toward Desolate, regardless of their lives once again. Blood dripped down their bodies. Han Tian's body was burning not only on his skin, but in his blood and bones. His vitality was draining and weakening fast. Rupert and Serene Prison were in the same condition. They were paying with their lives, trying to stop Desolate no matter what. Sauron, under Desolate's frightening threat, looked like a maniac with his red eyes. All the tricks he had prepared for Yen were applied on Desolate now. He's actually an intrepid and ambitious person. Desolate's eyes suddenly projected on the Desolate Continent, and the continent that had fallen on Yuan's turtle shell looked as if it had just received more energy, floating up instantly. While Sauron and Yuan didn't have the time to parry, it pounded again, hitting Yuan's shell hard. The continent built on Yuan's shell was completely shattered, and Yuan's body was hurt tremendously. His hovering body couldn't stand Desolate Continent's hammering, falling directly onto the space mirror along with a terrifying screeching and crying. Crack! 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 The space mirror already had many cracks on it, and it was broken this time as it couldn't stand the impact. Yuan's massive body immediately got through the mirror, falling into the dark area that no one knew. It's broken. He went through. The two tiers are connected. Serene Prison, Han Tian, and Rupert screamed. As their souls were controlled, they couldn't go against Sauron's orders, but their cognition still worked. While attacking Desolate, they noticed the changes in the surroundings. Sauron and Desolate were baffled for a while because of that incident, turning their focus on that space mirror. They all knew that mirror was the shape of the space power Upanishad origin, also being the barrier separating the tier of power Upanishads and the sea of consciousness, the power Upanishad origin Yen was fusing with. As the mirror was broken, Yuan and Desolate Continent had fallen through, and the barrier between the two tiers was gone. It meant that they could directly plunge into the next tier. Sauron's finger that was pressing Desolate's string of fate relaxed for a while as he wanted to spend part of his power to cope with the incident. Desolate did the same, blowing as if he was shooing flies. Serene Prison, Han Tian, and Rupert were blown away from Desolate's body as if they were in a crazy storm. Yen, he has not gotten out yet. Desolate looked at the hole that had just broken open on the space mirror while screaming. His scream rolled up deadly lightning balls, shelling through that hole like a meteor shower. Ahagr! All of a sudden, Yuan's fearful and outraged howl came through the hole. He sounded like He was having the worst nightmare of his life. He reacted even more terrifyingly than the time Desolate had pounded on him. His roaring and howling were of a beast who was in the most hopeless situation, which rose the hair on the back of people's napes. What's happened? Everyone had this thought as they pulled themselves together and observed. Desolate and Sauron stopped fighting, looking down skeptically as they didn't know what kind of torment Yuan had to endure down there. Get out here. Desolate hovered for seconds, then impatiently swung his dragon claw into the void. Desolate Continent was like a massive iron ball that went through the broken hole of the mirror, returning to the tier of power Upanishads where the others were staying. Without waiting for the others to react, Desolate snorted, "I do want to see what the heck you are doing there." The Desolate Continent pounded one more time. This time it didn't aim at Sauron but the cracked space mirror. A horrible noise that could shatter the soul sounded. The space mirror had almost completely collapsed. Countless broken space shards shattered and scattered around like sharp swords or broken glass, as a tremendously large cave appeared underneath. Those space shards with the aura of the power Upanishad origin were like sharp space sabers that could twist and change their own trajectory, shooting toward the dark void. Swish, swish, swish. Noises of sharp objects thrusting into flesh arose underneath, together with Yuan's earth-shaking shrill. Because the mirror was broken, people's vision wasn't hindered anymore. They stooped and became dazed. They finally saw Yuan's giant body, which was covered in broken space pieces. Yuan was stabbed, his flesh and blood messing. It looked like he had just undergone the 10,000 blade punishment. There were so many deep wounds on his body that people could even see his bones. His blood streamed like rivers from his wounds. After that, they recognized those blood rivers were running down to Yuan's stomach. As they were so bewildered, they changed their angle of view to see what was underneath Yuan's belly. Oh my God, that's Shiryan. Shiryan's tearing Yuan's body to eat him. Serene Prison of the Soul Clan was scared beyond his wits, his face pale. Previously, Yuan's shell had hindered their eyes so they couldn't see anything. But this time when they changed their angle, they saw the real situation. Shiryan's absolute beginning body was hovering by Yuan's stomach. He was covered in scale armor. Savage spikes jetted out of his elbows, knees, and shoulders like rows of sharp swords, revealing his coldness and sharpness. They carried the power of the space power Upanishad origin that could cut everything. Shiryan was like a towering giant whose fingernails were as sharp and cold as sabers. At this moment, his 10 fingernail sabers were thrusting deep into Yuan's stomach, tearing a big hole so he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. This image was too bloody and cruel to see. He's eating Yuan. My goodness, is he crazy? Too cruel, too bloody. He seized the chance when Yuan got hurt to attack. He's eating Yuan alive. Everybody could see this scene as they paled and shivers were sent down their spines. They all looked aghast, with a deep, fearful countenance. At this moment, Shiryan was like a demon, a flesh-eating demon in their eyes. Sauron wasn't an exception. He changed his face and smacked his tongue discreetly. Desolate was the only one who didn't look different. He looked at people with his mocking eyes, snorting. It's not worth being surprised. His devouring clone isn't here. If he wants to take Yuan's power, he can only suck his blood. That's how he's getting stronger. In our time, we all did that. I ate them or they would have eaten me. But until now, I've always been the eater. Did you think Yuan has never done this? He has lizard smell, which means he ate lizard. And now, as he's being eaten, he knows the pain and fear as well. Seems like he hasn't changed his cowardice a bit, even though he has lived for another era. Chapter 1610. Insufficient. Chapter 1610. Insufficient. _ The battles between the absolute beginning creatures were really brutal and bloody, since it was like how wild beasts use their teeth and claws to clash, bumping and banging into each other with their flesh and blood. The creatures in the current era didn't see the absolute beginning creatures very often. As they didn't live in that time, they could never imagine how savagely bloody those battles were. Thus, seeing Shi Yan in his absolute beginning body and using his teeth and fingernails to tear and eat Yuan's flesh, everybody was petrified. They were so scared that their souls shivered. Only Desolate thought that it wasn't a problem. In his eyes, a real battle between the absolute beginning creatures should be like that. Aya! Yuan's screech was piercing and could even reach people's bones and numb their scalp. Absolute beginning blood still streamed terrifyingly from his body, carrying the immense magical energy. That power could transform the absolute beginning body and make up for the errors during evolution. Actually, the absolute beginning creatures like Yuan, Desolate, Hui, and Devour hadn't had their current degree of body development during the primitive time. They had transformed their bodies and quenched their bones step by step after each breakthrough, and after taking in the blood of the other creatures. Eventually, their bodies had become powerfully tenacious like right now. They had almost reached the utmost development of the creature's form. Blurp, blurp. Shi Yan, in his absolute beginning form, was crazily drinking the blood from Yuan. As soon as that essence blood entered his stomach and merged with his blood, it seemed to fill and mend the flaws in his cells, veins, marrow, and the entire body, promoting his body to a higher form of life. Rumors said that if a creature was strong enough to get all of the essence blood from all absolute beginning creatures, that one could resume absolute beginning's appearance. That creature could appear in the world in absolute beginning's ultimate and perfect shape. Unfortunately, until now, no one had ever succeeded in that. Desolate had the greatest chance, but Hui and Devour had joined hands to disturb him. He had failed when he was almost there. Afterward, he had sunk into a long, long slumber, swallowing the condensed blood with even some broken blood veins. Shi Yan's body began to change significantly. His saber mountain-like spikes had grown further, which were so thick and sharp that they could tear even the void. Previously, Shi Yan was hiding in the Space Power Upanishad origin to calmly absorb the Space Power Upanishad origin, focusing wholeheartedly. He didn't notice that Desolate and Sauron had arrived until they began to fight each other terrifyingly. He got a vague feeling at that time, but he didn't think much, just trying his best to absorb the Space Power Upanishad origin. When Desolate shattered the space mirror and Yuan fell after the desolate continent hit him hard, Shi Yan woke up, recognizing an amazing encounter. As Sauron was confining Yuan's soul altar, he could only use his turtle shell to defend. Since he was used to shield attacks continually, he was wounded severely. At the moment he fell, he was the weakest because his soul was tied and he couldn't urge all of his power. Being given this opportunity, he immediately stopped the fusion with Space Power Upanishad origin and transformed into his absolute beginning body to hit Yuan from underneath. The most vulnerable spot in Yuan's body was his belly. As he wasn't vigilant, he was pierced through, bleeding terribly. Yuan was like an unguarded feast in front of his hungry eyes that invited him to tear and swallow. Shi Yan, of course, wasn't polite. He dug in immediately, making Yuan screech in agony. Since the latter's soul altar was controlled, he couldn't gather all of his power to get rid of the former. Desolate had summoned the desolate continent, which then smashed the cracked space mirror. Since those broken pieces had a subtle connection with Shi Yan earlier, he had made them sharp knives that cut more open wounds on Yuan's body to bring out more blood. Free the soul! As Sauron saw the situation, his face changed, gathering and changing his power to release Yuan. Swish! Just like an invisible rope that had been cut off, Yuan's restriction was lifted instantly. Shi Yan, I want to eat you alive. I want to chew you off. Yuan's roaring and grunting arose, rolling around as he was struggling hard. His gushing blood now ran backward into his body. Amidst the torrential, splashing sounds of seawater waves, a heavy energy exploded in his body. Countless clear water drops bombarded on Shi Yan, pushing him downward. He had finally escaped Shi Yan's cannibal attack. "Thank you." Blood dripped from Shi Yan's mouth, giving him a gruesome appearance, especially when he grinned fiendishly. He sank, proactively lengthening the distance from Yuan. Sauron looked stern as soon as he saw Shi Yan, his hand hurriedly flipping through the pages as he was trying to search for the latter's string of fate. However, even though they weren't far away from each other, he couldn't find Shi Yan's string. Sauron stooped to watch and asked in an odd voice, "I'm really curious. Where are you from, after all?" "I want you to die." At this moment, Yuan was totally maniacal. He roared, trying to plunge and kill Shi Yan. "Some words for you. Control your dog. I suppose we should join hands to cope with Desolate first. He's strong enough to slaughter all of us. I think you've just tasted his ferocity." Shi Yan bared his teeth in a smile, lifting his head to watch the space mirror that hadn't shattered completely. Boom! The massive mirror under people's feet was completely shattered, sending many broken pieces away. Billions of space fragments turned into space sabers, slashing at Desolate. At the same time, Shi Yan shouted, "Sauron! If you want to live, you have to deal with Desolate with me. When he dies, you and I can continue our fight." Sauron wore a calm face. Taking a deep breath, he hissed, "I have the same idea." He was considering Shi Yan as his primary target. However, seeing Desolate's intimidation, he changed his mind, turning his spear toward Desolate. It was because he didn't feel the power from Shi Yan's body that could scare him out of his wits, and he assumed that Devour had eaten Shi Yan's devouring clone. He thought that at this moment, Desolate was more threatening than Shi Yan. As long as they joined hands and killed Desolate, he was confident that Yuan, Han Tian, Serene Prison, and himself were enough to kill Shi Yan. "Get back to Desolate. Kill him," cried Sauron. Serene Prison, Han Tian, Rupert, Montesi, and Dracula didn't have another choice as their souls were restrained. They lifted their heads and moved forward, continuing to burn their lives and souls to attack Desolate. They had promoted all of their powers as if they wanted to kill themselves altogether with Desolate. And this time, they were aided by the sharp pieces of broken space everywhere above their heads. They were the sharpest weapons in this world. At the same time, Yuan was strong-armed as well, so he had to turn and attack Desolate, moving forward regardless of his life. Poor Yuan couldn't even take revenge for Shi Yan's bloody attack, since Sauron had forced him to join Shi Yan and kill Desolate. "Ha ha ha, you're really smart. Sauron, you're truly Sauron," laughed Shi Yan. "You only have the Space Power Upanishad, and you haven't finished taking in the Space Power Upanishad origin. Do you really think you can be the key and finish everything?" Desolate pulled a harsh and cold face, looking at energy attacks, seals, and bunches of lights filling the sky. He was indifferent and fearless. "Kill me? You're insufficient." Chapter 1611. Desolate's Greatest Extreme Ancient Extinguishing Technique. Chapter 1611. Desolate's Greatest Extreme Ancient Extinguishing Technique. Understood. The fragments that shot out from the shattered space mirror were extremely sharp, like sabers they could pierce through the territory barriers and all solid matter. This sharpest attack in the world was cast by the strongest lances of Space Power Upanishad origin. Billions of space fragments had formed a sea of saber lights. It was more like tens of thousands of hedgehogs shooting their spikes at the same time. Shi Yan laughed arrogantly, transforming into his savage, absolute beginning body. His 10 fingers grabbed Desolate's dragon body like the earth-tearing sabers. Yuan, also in his absolute beginning form, had stopped bleeding, but Sauron had tied his soul once again. As a result, he involuntarily roared and dashed out. Yuan's giant body with a serpent head and a turtle body twisted, releasing water bubbles that were as big as entire planets. These bubbles were so massive, but they all looked murky, with soul energy and vitality fluctuating inside. They all looked like Yuan's clones or eggs. Those turbid bubbles were controlled, emitting sounds of rapidly rushing water, which terrified people greatly. After a cluster of massive bubbles was created, Yuan looked as if half of his spirit, energy, and chi were taken away. Desolate was indifferent. However, when he saw the bubbles heading toward his savage dragon body, he looked stern for the first time. Chaos Water Soul Bead. It's the mucus from Absolute Beginning's body after he died. You found and refined it already? I didn't find it. It was produced by my spirit, chi, and soul combined with my power Upanishad, blood and marrow. The body with a serpent head and a turtle shape was significantly weakened, and its size had also reduced. As I can produce that thing, it speaks up for the fact that we were originated from him. I was the sweat or the steam from his body. Slowly, I gained consciousness and soul, ascending into a creature. We are parts of the giant body that had broken that year. No one knew why Yuan said that, because he was an absolute beginning creature under Sauron's control, or because he had foreseen the last day of his life. No matter what, his words shocked people greatly. Han Tian was burning his body, using his giant, flaming body to attack Desolate. But at this moment he was perplexed. Serene Prison was also a brutal soul, swallowing all the brutal souls he had refined in his life. Hearing Yuan, he also looked bewildered. Rupert, Montesi, Dracula, and Forefather Dragon Lizard wore a stiff and blank face as they were shocked because of Yuan's words. Even Sauron, the one who controlled fate's principle, was shocked. After the absolute beginning era collapsed, you didn't go dormant. Seems like you've found interesting things as you've been living through another era. Desolate contemplated on Yuan's words, his eyes understanding the situation. While talking, he turned his dragon head toward Han Tian, who was coming with 1,000 miles wide fire sea. Han Tian himself was a burning man emitting a terrifying heat. Unfortunately, Desolate didn't really consider him worthy of attention. You didn't get the fire power Upanishad origin, and you are only at the second sky of territory ancestor realm. You're not a threat to me. Desolate's massive head and long tail emitted a cold air. Thick, white mist of extreme coldness blew and extinguished Han Tian's sea of fire, which he had cast by burning his life. All the flames were neutralized by the cold air that naked eyes could observe. Han Tian's flames were put out, revealing his red iron body. White masses of cold air gathered without dispersing, forming a sparkling hand and grabbing Han Tian. Crack! Han Tian's body was exploded, his red iron body shattered into pieces. A cold air covered Han Tian's soul altar and cooled it down instantly. Han Tian's vitality was extinguished shortly, falling into the dark space underneath. Desolate had killed Han Tian, but he didn't do anything to the space fragments which were aiming at him. Those pieces could break the space, but it could only leave some small cuts on his dragon body. No drop of blood was shed. His dragon eyes had a gleam of ridicule. You also cultivate the life power Upanishad. Of course, you know how terrific and fast the recovery of an expert with life power Upanishad could be. While talking, an immense life energy emitted from the wounds on his body. People could see a green life energy emitted from the luxuriant ancient trees' branches, healing and mending all the cuts caused by shards of broken space. At this moment, Yuan's bubble hadn't reached Desolate yet. Everything happened in just a split second, Desolate received the attack from the space shards, killed Han Tian, and recovered his wounds. As people were in a daze, his giant body that seemed like so many connecting mountain ranges twisted and meandered. The others could see his dragon head in the sky, but they couldn't see his tail. All kinds of energy fluctuations became fierce and clear on his body, his eyes looking stern. At that moment, Sauron took action again. At this moment, he wore the ring made of the roulette of fate on his thumb, which was oozing blood, running directly to the ring. It seemed to have a force that guided the trickle of blood to move toward the last page of the scriptures of fate, dripping on the toughest gray string there. It was Desolate's string of fate. Crack! Sauron's thumb exploded, and the ring returned to the shape of the roulette of fate, flying away. Ruorer! Desolate screeched in pain. His dragon head arose, his body twisting hard, but still no one could see his tail. Kill! Yuan cried crazily, and the bubbles of his chaos water soul bead accelerated. As Desolate was groaning and grunting, they entered his body through the gaps between his scales. Serene Prison, Rupert, Montesi, Forefather Dragon Lizard, and Dracula advanced again with a restrained soul altar, trying to kill the other altogether. Well done! Shi Yen shouted, his face and body fearless and ferocious. He then used 10 fingers, thrusting them into Desolate's dragon neck like sabers. Sauron, Yuan, Serene Prison, Rupert, and Shi Yen, all the experts here had joined hands tacitly to attack Desolate. After Han Tian was killed, they all stormed forward as Sauron made them. In this moment, they were cooperating to kill the overlord of the absolute beginning era, Desolate, the god of war, who had never been defeated throughout billions of years. Immense heaven and earth, mysterious universe, millions of species, ultimate, great, Desolate. The dragon's roar sounded ancient, but majestic, the imposing emotions of the absolute beginning era emitting from each section of Desolate's dragon body. Each sound seemed to contain an attribute of magical power Upanishads. This piece of melody rolled around, bringing all the strange power Upanishads together to create a great, ultimate power Upanishad that the history must behold. 2 sparkling gold, absolute beginning symbols flew out of Desolate's eyes, which read desolate and ancient. From his body came 2 words, extreme and greatest, and from the tail that no one could see flew out the symbols of extinguish and technique. The symbols together with the sounds had created so many power Upanishads, slowly congregating in Desolate's body. They linked up together, creating a meaningful sentence. Desolate's greatest extreme ancient extinguishing technique. Boom, boom, rumble, rumble. World-shaking thunderclaps came from Desolate's body, and desolate territory that had disappeared for a long time now emerged. Attacks created by so many power Upanishads shot of the desolate territory. Mountains rolled like fiery hammers, while the rivers and lakes shot water arrows into the sky. The stars in the sky weaved together, creating a terrifying net. The ancient, towering trees became Rattan monsters, while the earth giving birth to beasts and earthy dragons. At the same time, the snow created a furious storm. Billions of creatures living on countless planets died, becoming pure energy for the planets and making them the keenest weapons. Giant asteroids also flew out of desolate territory, some of which seemed to have their own consciousness. They came with the terrifying potential to kill all creatures, disappearing into the gaps between the dragon scales, which was also the place the Chaos Water Soul bead had intruded in Desolate's body. Extinguish earth and heaven, creatures perish. Desolate twisted its horrifying body, and the absolute beginning symbols, Desolate's extreme, greatest extinguishing technique, cracked again inside the world-destroying energy. They restructured into even bigger symbols with the mysterious and lethal energy, descending rumblingly. Serene Prison was now in a spectacular soul form after he had swallowed all the brutal souls. But as soon as he came near Desolate's dragon body, the word extinguish covered him, leaving Serene Prison with no life energy or soul energy remaining. Meanwhile, Rupert and Forefather Dragon Lizard had the gray word extreme shrouding them. They were skinned alive, and eventually their bodies were cut into pieces of bones. Dracula and Montesi shrieked, wanting to leave instinctively. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't avoid the word extinguish above their heads. When that word lowered, they exploded, leaving nothing but dust. The others Sauron had controlled couldn't escape the absolute beginning symbols. They all perished, their soul vanishing in the void. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosions arose from Desolate's giant dragon body, like the universe caving in. It seemed that the Chaos Water Soul bead in his body had been destroyed by the life stars. They collided and created earth-destroying shockwaves as Desolate's body twisted and rolled harder. Eventually, some terrifying wounds appeared on the dragon. His flesh exploded, looking like protruding flesh mountains. It was unexpected that the Chaos Water Soul bead was so powerful. It was the essence of Yuan's soul, spirit, and energy that was produced after a long time. It was worthy as it could hurt Desolate terribly. Big blocks of meat exploded and shot away from Desolate's giant body. Yuan, who was so tired underneath, suddenly had his eyes brightened as he tried to open his mouth and swallow those blocks of meat. They were the essence of Desolate's body and blood. To him, it was the sacred tonic that could recover his wounds. However, someone was even faster than him. Shi Yan was forced to dodge the ultimate power of Desolate's greatest extreme ancient extinguishing technique. But now he took action before Yuan could. He grabbed the bleeding meat and swallowed it directly without even chewing. Chapter 1612, Absolute Beginnings, Soul Consciousness. Chapter 1612, Absolute Beginnings, Soul Consciousness. The thick smell of blood stormed into people's nostrils, while pieces of bleeding meat that even had dragon veins and tendons were now moving in Shi Yan's body, bringing him thick life energy like a flood. Drops of blood with magical energy meted into Shi Yan's body and blood, augmenting his life form. A pleasure he couldn't describe arose in his heart, making his pores open joyfully. No, the absolute beginning creature Yuan with his serpent head and turtle body roared indignantly and hopelessly when he saw Shi Yan swallow the meat blocks from Desolate, looking at his satisfied face and blood trickling down his mouth. Yuan was so angry that he thought he could explode at any moment now. The Chaos Water Soul bead was created from Yuan's soul, blood, soul consciousness, God power, and power Upanishad. It was Yuan's last resort. As he used it to hit Desolate hard, he hoped to explode Desolate's body and seize the chance to eat his flesh and recover. He couldn't believe that the fruits of his labor were plundered right in front of him. If his soul altar weren't confined by Sauron, he would destroy Shi Yan even if he had to kill himself in doing that. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Desolate's billions of miles-long body resounded with millions of thunderclaps, while his eyes rolled as he roared and howled crazily. All of a sudden, his dragon tail, which no one knew where it had reached, sprang back with a horrendously brutal power. The dragon tail was like a massive rod that whipped Shi Yan's ferocious giant body hard. The sharp and tough spikes on Shi Yan's body were broken under that whip. Shi Yan's absolute beginning body was blown into the dark and deep void, bleeding severely. Crack, crack, crack. His bones cracked, making people frightened. His extremely tenacious body had almost shattered. Shi Yan spurted a mouthful of blood, which then turned into a dark blood orb in front of him. The energy moved inside that blood orb was terrifying. As he was falling, his eyes had many space cracks in front of it. It seemed a hand had grabbed the blood orb that flew out of his body, pulling it back to him and disappearing into his body inaudibly, like a drop of water merging with the sea. All of you have to turn into dust here. No one can escape alive. Desolate's bellow shook the sky, echoing in every corner of the world. He had thrown himself into a brutal frenzy as his giant body, twisting terrifyingly. Countless dragon scales rattled strangely like the sounds of wind blowing through a forest with a rhythm. Countless horrible wounds on his body closed quickly while his blood ran backward into his body, leaving no drops outside. Instantly, Desolate had returned to his supreme condition without a scratch. Seeing this, Sauron panicked. His thumb had exploded, and the roulette of fate flew away uncontrollably to hit the string of fate with all of his power. At the same time, Shir-Yen, Yuan, Han-Tian, and Serene Prison had joined hands to form an invincible force, but they still couldn't kill Desolate. At that moment, Shir-Yan's absolute beginning body was struck to the void below, and Yuan was wounded terrifyingly, almost draining his whole energy to fight. Serene Prison, Han-Tian, Rupert, Montesi, and the others, whose soul altars were controlled, had also perished. To himself, because of this formidable hit, his power was reduced greatly. It seemed as if Desolate didn't bear any attack. A reluctant desperation arose in Sauron's heart uncontrollably. Looking at Desolate's mighty dragon form, he felt hopeless, as if Desolate was unbeatable and would stay invincible forever. As soon as this thought churned in him, he was dispirited as if he had lost his faith in his victory. This had also weakened his aura. "You're scared now." Many halos radiated from Desolate's dragon scales with different bright colors, including sparkling gold, white silver, deep blue, lime, red-orange, and others. The solemn, divine halos covered him as his dragon eyes observed around, looking at Sauron, his voice sounding cold. "Do you think you can control my soul fate when you have my string of fate and kill me? With only your power. Harumph! Compared to Hui and Devour, your realm and power aren't inferior. However, you don't have a powerful body. You want to build your own world with that fragile body? Are you sleep-talking?" Then Desolate opened his dragon mouth, in which light rolled and gathered, shooting like formidable artillery. A dazzling light column that could erase all kinds of creatures' marks in this world shone on Sauron. Sauron was frightened as if his life had come to an end. Green veins bulged and twitched on his forehead. He shivered as if he would turn into ashes in the next moment, and his existence would vanish shortly. That light column covered millions of miles and was moving at a breakneck speed. Sauron could only endure it, not having enough time to dodge. Yuan was exhausted. Since he had wiggled to vie for Desolate's meet with Shir-Yen, he was away from Sauron. Sauron couldn't use Yuan to shield this attack. Hence, Sauron forced himself to be sober. One hand of his held the scriptures of fate, and the other hand pulled the roulette of fate. He was ready to risk his life at this moment. The dazzling light column shone with the power that could erase all creatures in this world, carrying the intimidation of the overlord of this universe. If Desolate pumped his soul power into this attack, it would be enough to burn more than 10 territory ancestors into ashes. All of a sudden, a massive tower with millions of shining absolute beginning symbols emerged from the void. An ivory sea of life congregated under the tower, pouring the immense vitality into it. A human figure slowly appeared under the tower. It was Shir-Yan's life clone. The harsh light shone, and many absolute beginning symbols on the tower turned into ashes, smoking up. "Ice freeze!" Mei Ji suddenly screamed, and the tower was frozen instantly, being covered in layers of ice. As soon as the ice appeared, the light melted it. However, more and more cold energy was congregating, freezing the Power Upanishad symbol tower to defend it. Sauron was surprised just when he had prepared to die. Seeing Shir-Yen and Mei Ji, the latter seeming like an ice goddess, he couldn't react. However, in this moment, another Yen came from a far distance with a starry sky. The immense but mysterious aura of the everlasting stars filled the void. The sea of stars plunged, shelling so many stars on the giant dragon. "You want to die!" Desolate roared outrageously as the stars in the sky bombarded him. His giant body struggled hard, trying to crush Yan's two clones. "Hey, I'm here!" Zi Yao's charming voice arose, and a large purple swelled up, turning into the 12-headed heavenly snake. Her human clone sat on the head of the main body, using her power Upanishad. Countless bands of auspicious light arose from the snakeheads, moving breathtakingly. They turned into beautiful rainbows, winding around Desolate like a rope net which slowed down his struggling body. "Ha! You're finally here. We should finish the grudge between us." Desolate was tied by the rainbows. Although he was wiggling hard, his voice was strangely calm. "Sauron, I helped you shield that lethal attack. Why are you standing idle? Try your best to control his soul fate." Yan's life clone and star clone shouted in unison. Afterward, the two clones turned into two jets of light, diving directly into the void underneath to reunite with the host body. Sauron restored his sound mind shortly. He frowned at the two descending lights while talking. "I don't need you to teach me." Then he controlled Yuan's soul fate first, making him drag his wounded body toward him. It was to shield him at any minute. Taking a deep breath, Sauron stabilized his emotions and then extended his finger, trying to tie down Desolate's string of fate. However, in this moment, a doubt arose in his mind. Yan's absolute beginning body wasn't fragile, but he had appeared like that when he was blown down there after one hit of Desolate. He hadn't reappeared. It seemed abnormal. With that thought, he didn't confine Desolate instantly. Seeing Desolate and Zi Yao attacking each other and unable to spend more efforts to do anything else, Sauron decided to sneak away, getting to the sea of consciousness underneath. Yuan was forced to follow him. Shortly afterward, he and Yuan had pierced through the conjoint area between the two tiers to get deeper down. In his vision came massive, ash-gray air masses which were moving like tornadoes. Emotions like fear, anger, joy, and many thoughts he couldn't name came from those tornadoes. There were billions of air masses like this, and they looked like massive lakes. Is it his soul consciousness? As soon as Sauron got in here, he was bewildered. Hesitated for a while, he came near an air mass, using his soul consciousness to check. Many images, vague and clear, flooded in. They looked like someone's life experiences. Sauron could even see scenes of battle, encounters with other creatures, and some familiar landscapes. Images crossed and paused at a scene where he saw Yan's star energy bloomed, filling the star power Upanishad origin. It's Fandalay's memory. Fandalay's dead. Why is his memories here? He perished utterly, didn't he? Sauron was shaken hard and felt awkward. He didn't mind Yen any more, staying here to sense around. Unexpectedly, Farrell, Neptune, Yrberg, and even some of the memories of his peers who had been dead for tens of thousands of years were found here. However, all of the images here were just simple memories without a soul. This is Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness. There are countless gray air masses, trillions of them. But are they all just the simple wisps of memories? It should be Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness. But why did Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness have the memories of the deceased? Sauron shivered while talking to himself, his face baffled. Because their souls were born because of him. The creature's souls are the memories, the wisps of complicated soul consciousness in this sea of consciousness. Different soul consciousness and the soul energy in his soul pond can create new creatures. Taking the Phantom clan, for example. After Phantom died, her wisps of soul consciousness and memories returned to this place, fusing with the soul pond. New creatures were born with the foundation of the passed-away creatures, and they went on like that all the time. It's not the end when the soul vanishes. What were erased were only the soul seals. The remnants of soul consciousness and memories would come to this place. In different masses, the memories and thoughts would gather with the soul energy to give birth to new creatures in every corner of the universe, every planet. It's like that. Yuan hovered by Sauron. As he was the expert that had lived through 2 eras, he suddenly understood the situation, telling Sauron his guess. Chapter 1613, Origin of Life. Chapter 1613, Origin of Life. Underscore. Among millions of races and trillions of creatures, not many could witness the changes of time where gods were buried and creatures were born, like Yuan did. After the absolute beginning era ended, the brutes like Desolate, Devour, and Hui had gone dormant and didn't have a chance to witness the changes of time. They didn't know about the mysterious, magical features of the new lives. However, Yuan, the coward who had hidden away, had experienced the ups and downs of an entire epoch. A long while ago, he had always thought about how the new species were born and decided to observe the Phantom clan during their history. He could feel the similar aura and shape of Phantom from the Phantom clan's fellows. However, he remembered clearly that Phantom was gone even before the absolute beginning era ended. He was one of the experts who witnessed Phantom's soul vanishing. Then why did the Phantom clan in this new era have a similar aura, body, and even life energy fluctuation? Moreover, it didn't happen only to the Phantom clan. The members of the mysterious Sky clan, Black Demon clan, Ancient Monster clan also had the traces of the absolute beginning creatures, more or less. There were so many signs that proved the mysterious link between the new species in the new era with absolute beginning creatures. This doubt had troubled his mind for a long time. He didn't know the truth after so many years of investigating and observing, since he didn't have explicit proof. That was until today. Getting into absolute beginning's sea of consciousness and seeing so many gray tornadoes, he saw the images of memories and soul consciousness and finally understood the truth. Every creature was originated from absolute beginning. Their souls, lives, and bodies used to be parts of absolute beginning. When they died, their soul seals broke and their soul consciousness and memories would return to this place, becoming absolute beginning's soul consciousness. The soul consciousness fused with the pure soul energy from the soul pond in this place could create new species and creatures in every corner of the universe. It was an unceasing cycle of life. You mean our souls, bodies, life seals, and everything came from him? Sauron was stunned, looking at Yuan with a frightened face. Just like the creatures in our territory that we can use our soul consciousness, and power to create, we were created by him in the same way. We used to be part of him. Yuan was so exhausted, his giant body shivering and his voice sounding gloomy. If so, when our time ends and every creature dies, we will become absolute beginnings, wisps of soul consciousness and memory here. Then, fusing with the soul energy in the soul pond, we will return to different territories to become new species. The races to be born in the next era will be born by the destruction of this era, cried Sauron. The truth shouldn't be much different, Yuan confirmed. They then quieted down. The earth-shaking roaring and the terrifying explosions of the impact in the tier of power Upanishads above their heads became furious all of a sudden. Sauron pulled himself together, getting rid of his puzzled state. He reminded himself of his priority. Not good. Seems like Desolate, and we want to get here, too. Find the soul pond first. Sure, Yen must have seized the chance to find the soul pond. Then he controlled the roulette of fate, forcing Yuan to transform into his human form and departing while releasing their soul consciousness to search. However, as soon as his soul consciousness appeared in this area, he was shaken hard. His head was filled with strange, buzzing noises. Many complicated images of different creatures were shattered, flooding his head. He was stuck and couldn't sense anything else. Sauron felt his soul consciousness not being clear anymore, everything seeming stagnant. Getting frightened, he hurried to retrieve his soul consciousness and didn't dare to search recklessly anymore. While Sauron pulled Yuan around to find Shir-Yen and Absolute Beginning's soul pond, Desolate became restless and hot-tempered in the tier of power Upanishads. Zi Yao had turned into a 12-headed heavenly snake, using the divine light to create bands of rainbows. Her holy energy filled the void, creating nets, rattans, and snakes that coiled around Desolate's dragon body, trying to keep him in the tier of power Upanishads. After fusing with the ice power Upanishad origin, Meiji's realm and power had increased greatly. Like an ice sculpture, she used the power of the power Upanishad origin to raise extremely cold storms and use her freezing energy to freeze Desolate's flesh body, preventing him from gathering any energy. They were trying their best to seize more time for Shir-Yen. Desolate finally recognized this and consequently became so indignant that he felt like tearing everything. If Devour were here, you guys could join hands to trouble me. Unfortunately, he's not here. This kid's too weak. Heaven dragons, bursting blood. Desolate's giant body suddenly detached as if a sharp weapon had just cut him into pieces. However, each cross-section was smooth and shed no blood. Boom, boom, boom. Thick electric beams shot from his cut bodies formidably. All of a sudden, his broken bodies gathered and twisted into smaller wild dragons. The dragons had different colors, representing different power Upanishads. The gold dragons cultivated metal power. The cyan dragons had lightning power. The white dragons cultivated water power. The yellow-brown dragons had the power of earth. And the flaming dragons and the wind dragons obviously cultivated fire and wind powers. Desolate's detached body had turned into several thousand wild dragons instantly. With that, they immediately got rid of Zi Yao's restraint. However, they didn't mind Zi Yao and Meiji rolling and swimming toward Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness like a cloud of heavenly dragons from the dragon world. He knew Meiji and Zi Yao's plan, so he didn't want to waste more time. He had to force Shir-Yen to get out and not give the latter a chance to take the soul pond. At his moment, Sauron and Desolate had the same idea. Everything had to be done for Absolute Beginning's soul pond. Not good. After Desolate got rid of them, Zi Yao's face changed as she screamed. After a whole era of staying idle, he's not hot-tempered anymore. I didn't expect that he does think, but fight rashly. At this moment, Shir-Yen's body doesn't have enough power. He's not Desolate's equal opponent. If Desolate gets the soul pond, no one can escape alive. In the next moment, Zi Yao's 12-headed snake turned into 12 magnificent rainbow bands, retrieving her auspicious sunset clouds in the sky and heading toward the sea of consciousness underneath. You're not strong enough. You can't force yourself. Otherwise, you will be killed soon. When Shir-Yen and I fight him, you can seize the chance to attack, but don't face him directly. Your body's too fragile, and you can't resist even one hit. Before they left, she advised Meiji to be cautious. Thank you, Jia Jia. I understand. Meiji hesitated for a while, but still answered nicely. Rolling gray air masses were scattered in the sea of consciousness which had no restriction or boundary. Strange emotions of creatures filled the place, making people stagnant altogether with their energy upon arriving here. Deep inside the gray masses of dust lay a clear pond, hovering inside the vortex of clouds. A strange soul magnetic field that could shake people's hearts hovered above the lake. It made all creatures emotional, forcing them to kneel and bow instinctively. Waves of soul energy attracted creatures' thoughts, making them proactively release their soul pond to worship that lake. By the lake and the strange soul magnetic field, a figure was struggling hard to back off, his face pale. It was Shi Yan. As his star clone and life clone shared the same cognition, before they came to him, they had worked with Mei Ji and Ziyao, asking them to join hands with Sauron and Yuan to hold Desolate off for a while. In the best case, they could tie Desolate down to gain more time for Shi Yan. As a result, Shi Yan had time to get to Absolute Beginning's soul pond. The star clone and the life clone had tried their best to hinder Sauron, but Shi Yan then asked them to take the chance and run away discreetly to merge with the host body. As Shi Yan's host body had the space power Upanishad origin, he was familiar with the open space of the Sea of Consciousness and got to the soul pond quickly. After the host body got the star clone and the life clone, his competence had skyrocketed sharply, his energy and realm expanding on a large scale. While his confidence increased, he wanted to take Absolute Beginning's soul pond as Desolate was temporarily held back. However, at the moment his host body arrived at this place, he discolored in fright as soon as he urged his soul altar. The soul magnetic field from Absolute Beginning's soul pond was a strange but irresistible power. The soul pond didn't ripple, but in this vast sea of consciousness, the gray clouds and wisps of soul consciousness moved as if they had a soul controlling them. The entire tier of sea of consciousness trembled slightly. As he had just fused with the space power Upanishad origin, he could use the space energy to cover the entire place. That was how he perceived the strange commotion. He suddenly thought that this sea of consciousness seemed to have a soul and will. An unpredictably domineering creature, for some reason, was about to wake up. As soon as this thought arose, he found his soul, will, soul altar, and even the soul pond become restless as they were sucked, being pulled toward the lake. It was the first time he was so frightened that he had to gather all of his power, using his absolute beginning body, urging the life, space, and star power Upanishad to retreat. Step by step, he was leaving the lake as far as possible. It is. Sensing for a while, he suddenly got a strange idea, which sent shivers down his spine. The universe collapsed, and billions of creatures died in countless territories. Han Tian, Montesi, Rupert, and all the experts who got into this place perished. So many pieces of memories had turned into soul consciousness and gathered here. All this had brought a great change to this sea of consciousness. Absolute Beginning was about to wake up. Could it be? He felt anxiously restless. While trying to move backward, he crazily sent the message to the evil clone. Found you. However, at this moment, a several thousand meters long flaming dragon came and transformed into Ghost Hunter's humanoid body. He watched Shi Yan and then the lake, changing his face. What are you afraid of? More and more dragons came from the sky like meteors, falling on Ghost Hunter's head and entering his body. He was gathering his body. Chapter 1614. Power of Natural Law and Order. Chapter 1614. Power of Natural Law and Order. _Author. What are you afraid of? Long dragons with different energies rained like a meteor shower, getting into Desolate's head. Energies with different attributes gathered as his detached bodies congregated. But still he didn't dare to act rashly. He slightly lengthened the distance from Shi Yan, his face serious. Apparently, Shi Yan was too close to Absolute Beginning's soul pond, but he didn't jump into there to gather the soul energy. Instead, he was backing off continually, his expression looking strange. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sauron controlled the roulette of fate, bringing Yuan forward. They finally got to this place, emerging on a corner of the clear soul pond. In the sky, bright bands of rainbows crossed the void as Zi Yao's snake body meandered and descended. All the experts that had left the tier of power Upanishads were now landing in the sea of consciousness. And all of them, including Sauron, Xiao, Meiji, Desolate, and Shuryen, had at least one power Upanishad origin. It seemed as if fusing with a power Upanishad origin was the requirement to enter the sea of consciousness. Absolute Beginning's soul pond was clear and pure, without a single ripple. From the soul pond as the center, the tornadoes of soul consciousness extended endlessly and unceasingly. The experts scattered around the soul pond, and they all felt that strange soul magnetic field coming from that absolute beginning soul pond. This kind of a mysterious and bizarre magnetic field had frightened them. They all felt a fear as they were instigated to get into the soul pond, merging themselves with it. Everybody came here to take the soul pond, but when they finally arrived, they were filled with fear. No one got the guts to step forward. Shuryen, what's going on? Xiao retrieved her brilliant divine light, her beautiful body covered in bands of rainbows. She looked both elegant and holy, an entity no one dared to trespass. She nodded to Meiji, who looked like an ice goddess, and the latter understood the situation and retreated behind Xiao. Desolate wore a cold face, indifferently watching Meiji and Xiao. He didn't stop them anyway. Sauron was holding the scriptures of fate with both hands, sweat beading his forehead and his face aghast. Yuan stood beside him, using Yuan Zu's human form. He also looked fearful. Shuryen stepped backward, discreetly assessing the others. He found Sauron and Yuan appearing strange. After pondering, he hissed, "You too, stay away from Absolute Beginning's soul pond. Back off." Sauron and Yuan were shaken. They were puzzled when they looked at him. Deep in their eyes, gray fibers were gathering. A feeling of something being very wrong churned in his heart as Shuryen cried, "The Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness is gathering pieces of memory. The more it collects, the bigger the picture of its broken memory will become. It's like jigsaw puzzle pieces. When the memories gathered sufficiently, Absolute Beginning's consciousness will possibly be recovered, and it will wake up." Hearing him, everybody was petrified. Even Desolate had to change his face. Sauron was bewildered. As he was about to reply, he clutched his head while screaming. The scriptures of fate fell off his hands as blood oozed from his fingertips, which looked really strange. "There's something trying to capture my soul. A wisp of consciousness I can't resist." He's right. Sauron was scared and panicked. He bit the tip of his tongue to wake his mind using the pain. The ring finger and the pinky finger on his left hand exploded at the same time, and a terrifying energy that could resist fate arose from his body. He and his relative fate got hit hard by some invisible force. With blood all over his body, he was pushed backward. The scriptures of fate got bloodstains from his exploded fingers, turning into a jet of bloodlight and falling into his hand. Almost at the same time, a flow of consciousness that was unimaginably strong came, shadowing and attacking everybody's inner world and sea of consciousness. Divine lights shot out of Shuryen, Xiao, and Meiji's eyes. They paled as they hurriedly and crazily urged their powers, trying their best to resist that flow of consciousness. At this moment, all of them were sober enough to confirm Shuryen's assumption. To get through the Absolute Beginning gateway, Sauron had done everything to provoke the race war in the universe, boiling the creatures. Many races were erased during the war. So many territories and masses of the sea of stars exploded, and the life stars disintegrated into ashes. Even the domineering clans like the Black Demon Clan, Ancient Monster Clan, Soul Clan, and Devouring Clan were eradicated, while countless experts were gone. The memories and soul consciousness of those deceased gathered here in Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness. Slowly, Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness was recovered, becoming more complete. In the tier of power Upanishads as Han Tian, Serene Prison, Rupert, Jinru, Fandalay, and the others died, absolute beginning's soul consciousness was recovered faster. The more experts died, the more gray tornadoes were created, and were the important requirement of waking up absolute beginning. When absolute beginning's soul consciousness had gathered to a specific level, absolute beginning's terrifying consciousness could reach the limit, and it looked as if it could wake up soon. That earth-shaking consciousness was the thought that absolute beginning could use to sweep away the entire world. Shi Yan, Zi Yao, Mei Ji, Sauron, and Yuan could feel deeply how domineering that wisp of consciousness was. It sent them a clear message: to enter the absolute beginning's soul pond. Mei Ji's struggling countenance changed. Being the expert with the lowest realm here, she gave up the first. With a blank face, she approached the clear soul pond. Her charming face slowly turned into a beam. Gradually, she had a wonderful feeling as if she was going home to jump into her mother's embrace. Among this crowd, Yuan was the expert at the absolute beginning era with a tough will. Sauron was the peerless expert of the new era, his mind also being strong. Although they were affected by the intimidating consciousness, they were trying their best to resist. They gritted their teeth, holding on like a mountain. Shi Yan was like a comet that had appeared during the recent 1,000 years, and his origin was more mysterious than any other creature's. His soul didn't belong to this universe, so he could wiggle out of the natural principle and order here. He was the only one who wasn't affected by the overbearing consciousness, and he even had the power to counterattack. In heaven or on earth, from every direction in this universe, no one can overwhelm or dominate my spirit, my will. Sure, Yen was crazily roaring and howling at the void. At the moment, everybody was motionless, but he could move freely. He bolted toward Mei Ji, grabbing her and retreating. After each step he made, his entire body shook as his soul altar was filled with billions of indignant screams and cries. Horrible cracks and cuts started to appear on his tenacious body. "Come here." Shi Yan roared as if he was ordering the heaven and earth. Inside the tier of power Upanishads above their heads, Shi Yan's evil clone was howling and bellowing. With the dark and demonic air twirling around him, the most terrifying, bloodthirsty aura diffused out, as if he wanted to destroy the entire world. Meanwhile, he dove rashly. Boop! Boop! Shi Yan's host body had his bones cracked as blood shot away from the wounds that looked as though they were created by sharp sabers. He had to counter absolute beginnings while bringing Mei Ji slowly backing off in pain. Previously, he had consumed a lot of energy to make his body leave the absolute beginning's soul pond, and at this moment he had to bring Mei Ji, who is now a wooden puppet, and resist absolute beginnings while at the same time. Plus, he had to use his power to stand the effect of the soul magnetic field. Thus, he had to hurt himself, burning his energy and blood to get further away from the soul pond. Other than him, none of the intimidating experts like Desolate, Zi Yao, Sauron, and Yuan could move. They were born in this world, and they used to be little pieces of absolute beginning's soul and body. When absolute beginning woke up, he would control all natural principles and orders, which would be fatal for Zi Yao and Desolate. As they could resist the order and maintain their consciousness, not walking toward absolute beginning's soul pond, it was enough to prove how strong they were. "Here I come." The dark, demonic air came from the sky as the evil clone descended. He grinned, and a black light beam appeared on his forehead, turning into the devouring black hole in just a split second. The black hole looked like the mouth of a giant demon, screeching and whining as it attacked Sauron and Yuan. Sauron and Yuan were scared out of their wits. In this moment, absolute beginnings had intruded them, so it wasn't easy to keep their minds from collapsing. And now, as Shi Yan's evil clone attacked them, they were hopeless. "If we die, he will wake up." "No," Sauron bellowed frantically. "In this universe, no matter who kills you, you will help him grow. But only me, when I swallow you, it won't increase his power. Because in this world, my soul has the same position as his. After I have swallowed and digested you, you will become the energy to strengthen my territory. You will not transmigrate in this universe anymore." Shi Yan and the evil clone shouted in unison, watching the other two. In this moment, a riddle that had troubled him for years was solved. Why was his territory different from anyone else's? He had met many experts, and he knew that the territories of the territory ancestors with different power Upanishads would be different. It could be a world of water, heaven flame, or magma, desert or glacier, and even something like the desolate territory, which was just a magical land that was similar to a natural territory. No territory looked like his, which was immense and mysterious like a cosmic realm. An independent universe. His territory had countless planets, with mountain ranges, lakes, deserts, open land, and 4 seasons, natural wonders which could give birth to magical creatures. His territory wasn't different from a real universe, so it was different from everyone else's. It was because all mighty creatures in this universe were affected by absolute beginning's mark and were born with a restriction. No matter how strong they were, their territory was just a territory within the cosmos absolute beginning had created. The restriction in their souls made their territory dependent on this universe forever. If this universe came to an end, the territory of the domineering creatures like Desolate, Ziyao, and Yuan would be shattered and vanished altogether. No matter what, their territories were part of this cosmos, and they couldn't get out to exist independently. Shi Yan was the only exception. Although his soul was weak at first, it was at the same echelon as absolute beginning, and the latter couldn't restrict it. Thus, his territory was an independent one that didn't have a connection with the universe where he was. That was why it was vast and mysterious, like a brand new cosmos he had created. His difference came from his soul, which gave him a better start than anyone else. Chapter 1615, Awakening. Chapter 1615, Awakening. Shi Yan held Meiji and backed off from absolute beginning's soul pond while trying his best to resist the soul invasion in his brain. A flow of soul consciousness that was as strong as a massive lightning bolt twisted in his sea of consciousness, carrying an unimaginably magical power that dispersed Shi Yan's wisps of soul consciousness like a wind blowing away some smoke. That terrifying flow of consciousness slowly approached his soul pond to destroy it. Shi Yan's soul consciousness gathered, creating a star shield, space barriers, and using the immense life energy to resist that lightning bolt. He had created layers of barriers, restrictions, and formations to stop that attack. At the same time, the evil clone was using the devouring power Upanishad, opening a massive black hole to swallow Sauron and Yuan. At that moment, Desolate couldn't move, his cold eyes glaring at Shi Yan's 2 clones. Ziyao looked anxious as she wanted to help the latter, but as she was controlled by the power of natural rule and principle, she couldn't use her power and help him escape. "No!" Sauron cried hoarsely, his body cracking and bleeding terrifyingly, his face grimaced. The roulette of fate underneath him turned into a ring one more time, which he grabbed and slid on his finger. While shivering, he was about to urge the power of fate when his soul trembled hard all of a sudden. Flows of pure, sweet energy flowed like rivers into his sea of consciousness, and the massive consciousness that had controlled him disappeared. The power of the power Upanishad origin he had taken, and the soul pond and his sea of consciousness were rocketed instantly. Sauron's power was increasing several times at an amazing speed. "What?" The evil clone screamed in fear, while squinting as bloody islands flew out of his glabella. The sinister, bloodthirsty aura was emitted rumblingly, filling the void as the 8 evil powers were urged. "Kill." Sauron made some magical hand seals, pushing hard on a page of the scriptures of fate and pressing on Yuan's gray string of fate. The exhausted Yuan had also been released from the attack of the consciousness. At that moment, he was gifted with a mysterious power just like Sauron that he couldn't explain. As Yuan's power was increased, he got the spirit and hope to control the situation. Although desolate and Yao couldn't move, they still got the situation. They cried, and their eyes immediately went to the soul pond. They were sensitive enough to recognize that the absolute beginning's soul pond was smaller. It seemed like some of the pure soul fluid was gone, which had resized the pond. Linking it to Sauron and Yuan suddenly having their power skyrocket, they knew where the energy had gone almost immediately. But why did Absolute Beginning want to help Sauron and Yuan? To help Sauron and Yuan resist Shuriyen. That was it. Yuan faced the sky, roaring indignantly while his human body was swelling like an inflating balloon. Soon, he had turned into his absolute beginning form of a turtle with a serpent head. As soon as his true form emerged, the power of the water power Upanishad origin was released. Right in front of the black hole cast by the evil clone, a deep rolling sea was created. The sea seethed with high waves, and the seawater here was Yuan's god power and soul power, which was the purest form of energy and had a tenacious defensive ability. Sauron's power was also advanced. Holding the scriptures of fate and stepping on the roulette of fate, his face was cold and dark as he spoke. Why did you attack us? You're easy to kill. The evil clone grinned fiendishly as a brutal and murderous aura shot up into the sky, seeming like it could bury the good thoughts of billions of creatures. This brutal, overbearing aura was even one level higher than Devour's. Haha, do you think you can stop me? The evil clone screamed, also transforming into the absolute beginning body in a blink. It was a giant body which was similar to the host body with scale armor. Sharp and tough spikes on the shoulders, elbows, and knees, saber-like fingernails and broad bone wings. However, the body the evil clone had created had blood-red hair, each hair as big as an arm. With a closer look, they looked like tens of thousands of bizarre tentacles that wiggled in the air with the terrifying aura of death, despair, and destruction. It imitated Devour's body indeed. On top of that, this absolute beginning body had black skin and blood-dripping eyes. The murderous aura from him seemed able to represent all devils, demons, and monsters in this world, looking extremely malicious. It was completely different from the host body. Swish! Yuan's sea created by his water power Upanishad was torn apart as if it was a sheet of fabric. The evil clone with saber-like fingernails strode with a demonic and monstrous chi. Wherever he went past, all the light was swallowed and replaced by the thick darkness, where people couldn't even see their own fingers. Yuan and Sauron were swallowed by the endless darkness immediately. They didn't see a beam of light, and their soul consciousness felt like they were wandering in a jet-black sea that hindered all of their senses. This evil clone had swallowed Devour and obtained the devouring power Upanishad origin together with the evil heart. He had actually collected all the evil and cruel fixations in this world, and now he was the king of the devils, the ancestor of evil gods, the precursor of giant monsters who had condensed all the evil thoughts, the malignant inner worlds, desires of killing, frenzy, and fear from all creatures. Even if absolute beginning helps you, you can't do anything. You can't run away. Shuriyen's evil clone's harsh and crazy laughter arose in the endless darkness, which reverberated in the minds of every creature in the cosmos. In the big territories out there, many warriors were at their critical moment of breaking through to the next realm. All of a sudden, they heard evil sounds that invaded their souls. They then fell into bedevilment. Some even had their soul altar exploding to death. Many spirit animals that were naive in their nature suddenly burst out crazily, their bloodthirsty instinct triggered. On many planets, the animals began to attack each other as if they were all in a frenzy. Even the modest mortals felt hot-tempered and heavy, wanting to vent their evil heart out. Shi Yan's evil clones' laughter arose from this place to every part of the universe, affecting the feelings of countless creatures by releasing the inner demons inside each of them. The higher realm the warriors had, the stronger the effects on them were. Many incipient God realm experts were shaken hard. After vomiting blood, they had to try their best to calm down and refine the evil thought in their heads. Swish! Meanwhile, Shi Yan's host body had finally brought Meiji away from the soul pond. As they were far enough from the pond, she slowly regained her consciousness. I won't cause more trouble for you. After Meiji got her cognition back, she frowned, trying to urge her icy power. Layers of ice covered her body entirely, creating a massive glacier. She had used the glacier to seal herself, her soul ultra-frozen as well. If someone could get into her head, they would see her entire sea of consciousness, soul pond, the tier of power Upanishad, her territory and her soul all being frozen. This self-sealing was the strongest defense of the ice power Upanishad, the absolute freezing. With that, a bone-chilling cold emitted from her. Shi Yan was surprised at first, but then appraised her for her intelligence. He immediately left Meiji, as he needed to get into that endless darkness and gather with his clone. He had to swallow and refine Sauron and Yuan first. As he was walking, his body grew into the absolute beginning body, which was similar to the other clone. However, this body was surrounded by righteousness without an evil tinge. Crack! 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 All of a sudden, Desolate's motionless body cracked under Absolute Beginning's tough consciousness control, also finishing his transformation amidst screams and cries. With that, he became the ancient, brutal dragon once again. However, he looked frightened when he lifted his head to look at the sky, his dragon body quivering. A crystal-clear stream gushed from Absolute Beginning's soul pond, drawing a graceful curve in the sky and directly running toward Desolate's dragon head. Just like that, it intruded the soul pond in his sea of consciousness. A mysterious energy of the primitive origin mingled with his soul pond and transformed him in a way he couldn't describe. His body, soul, and spirit were all transformed magically. It was a wonderful feeling that made him almost cry. He finally knew why Sauron and Yuan could have their energy skyrocket. It was a gift from Absolute Beginning. Desolate finally understood the situation. As Absolute Beginning knew that he couldn't force Desolate, Sauron, and Yuan to get into the soul pond, and now Shi Yan's evil clone was here, Absolute Beginning had to implement a new plan to prevent Shi Yan from swallowing them. Absolute Beginning wanted to use Desolate, Yuan, and Sauron to fight Shi Yan. At that moment, Meiji had frozen herself, using the ultimate defending technique of her ice power Upanishad to seal herself. For the time being, she wasn't affected. In this condition, even if Desolate wanted to kill her, it would take a lot of time and effort. Zi Yao was still fighting against Absolute Beginning mentally. Absolute Beginning's consciousness had released Sauron, Desolate, and Yuan, and even gave them a mysterious energy. At this moment, Absolute Beginning only controlled Hui, who couldn't even wiggle right now. Absolute Beginning clearly understood that once Zi Yao got rid of the restriction, she would stand on Shi Yan's side. Shi Yan left Meiji and noticed Zi Yao being all right for the time being, so he didn't mind her much. He decided to help his evil clone in destroying Sauron and Yuan. Freeing Desolate was Absolute Beginning's attack on him. However, nothing was absolute. Even if Absolute Beginning was the ancestor of every creature, the origin of all species, his calculation couldn't be perfect. Harumph! Do you want me to work for you? Do you want to control my fate? In your dreams. Desolate pulled a cold face, grinning oddly. He didn't attack Shi Yan, but waited until the latter had walked into the endless darkness to take action as he furiously attacked Zi Yao. As long as I get your absolute beginning essence blood, I can take that step to reach the final realm. Desolate became a giant dragon, opening his blood-red mouth. Seizing the chance when Zi Yao was struggling against absolute beginning's power and Shi Yan had gone to help his evil clone, he swallowed Zi Yao. Chapter 16:16 Blood Fusion. Chapter 16:16 Blood Fusion. _ Nu. Shi Yan's hoarse cry that had almost torn his lungs echoed out, shaking the void. His host body that should have gone and fused with the evil clone turned and dashed furiously toward Desolate, attempting to hit him hard. Thump, thump, thump. His heart palpitated as his bones and muscles swelled up, vitality rolling in him like rising tides. With his magical space power, he reached the giant dragon in just a split second. The bright star of seas turned into a long chain with countless twinkling stars. That chain conveyed the eternal will of all stars in the sky, which had always been mysterious. At this moment, it looked like a galaxy winding around the colossal dragon. Shi Yan appeared in his giant form, holding the star chain to tie the dragon. His sharp fingernails were like space blades that cut through Desolate's dragon body. Crack! Crack! The dragon's body was as tough as iron, but the space blades could break the dragon scales into pieces. Desolate's dragon body with his thick life energy was scaled, bleeding profusely. Go die! Roaring, Shi Yan threw himself into a frenzy of anger. His sharp fingernails were like 10 swords, moving around to cut off pieces of flesh. Arg! Desolate roared hoarsely, while his giant body that stretched for billions of miles shook like an earthquake happening inside a mountain range. Different energies with different attributes were erupting from his body. Flames burned the sky, tornadoes wreaked havoc, dust gathered into dragons, and sleet twirled. The powers of 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, dazzling holy light, harsh gravity, and explosions in mountains and rivers inside Desolate territory had turned into a destructive energy that attacked Shi Yan's absolute beginning body. Boom! 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 Shi Yan's body sounded as if he had billions of firecrackers shelling him at the same time, turning his tenacious body gory. Imprisoning life lock. The life soul tree by Desolate's horn suddenly soared up, bringing up the breathtaking life energy. It grew unceasingly, and within a short time, it had become as big as Desolate's dragon body. At the moment Shi Yan's body shattered, the life soul tree suddenly imprinted on his chest like a tattoo. More branches grew, making the life soul tree a wooden cage. Roots, branches, and leaves weaved together, creating a massive and tough net that shrouded Shi Yan entirely. At the moment the life soul tree turned into a massive prison to cage Shi Yan's giant body, it transformed into a monstrous rattan, squeezing hard as if it wanted to cut him and draw his vitality to kill him utterly. The life soul tree was one of the 2 peerless divine weapons that Desolate possessed. In the absolute beginning era, it was because of these 2 divine weapons that he had become invincible. After the abrasion of perpetual time, these 2 weapons had become more terrifying as they could even perform the best ability of a power Upanishad, which was unimaginably incredible. Shi Yan's towering body struggled hard amidst the thick, weaving branches of the life soul tree. The more he struggled, the tighter the cage became. Gradually, his situation got really dangerous. After I've digested her and fused with the purest absolute beginning blood, I'm sure I can break the shackle to get to the ultimate realm. Desolate twisted his body, and it seemed as if there were countless mountains and rivers enlarging inside his colossal body, which had created extremely fierce commotions. Zi Yao was counterattacking him furiously from inside his stomach. Shi Yan was agitated like he had a flame burning his heart. He wore a grimaced face as he was trying hard to get rid of the life soul tree. He understood that as Zi Yao could survive the absolute beginning era, she was one of the most powerful experts, and her absolute beginning blood was the finest. The last ones who stood had indeed collected a lot of absolute beginning blood essence. Zi Yao, Devourer, and Desolate had sucked a lot of absolute beginning blood essence from their kind to enhance and perfect their bodies and blood. Gradually, they had become extremely intimidating, and their intimidation was actually built on countless skeletons of their own kind. The absolute beginning blood essence in Zi Yao's body had blended with dozens of blood essences from her fellows. Thus, if Desolate could absorb her power, his power would be increasing sharply. Compared to Yuan, Zi Yao's absolute beginning blood was much more magical and purer. In the absolute beginning era, Yuan hadn't been in the same row with Zi Yao, Desolate, and Devourer, as he didn't have the guts to join the last battle. As a result, he obviously hadn't swallowed much of his fellows' blood. Thus, even after an entirely new era of cultivating and accumulating energy, he was still fearful when he had to face the domineering existences like Desolate, Devourer, and Zi Yao. He was still a loser, all because his absolute beginning blood essence hadn't experienced multiple refinements and condensation. It wasn't as powerful as what Desolate, Devourer, and Zi Yao had. At the same time, his absolute beginning body hadn't developed much. This kind of difference couldn't be made up with just abundant God power. You can't tie me up. Shi Yan had a light flash in his head when he hissed while touching his glabella. The crystal light ball emerged from his tier of power Upanishads, which contained a condensed, milky sea. It was the life power Upanishad origin. As soon as that crystal ball came out, a flow of life power Upanishad origin energy was released. The mysterious, undetectable life energy fluctuated, rippling like waves of water. A flow of willpower with Shi Yan's life aura shot out of the life ball, entering the life soul tree. The life soul tree was a divine weapon of the life class, which did have a spirit. It had used Desolate's will to create a soul that listened to Desolate's orders. However, under the effect of the life power Upanishad origin, that soul was puzzled as it found the aura that had just entered having the mark of the life power Upanishad origin. It was a unique aura that it instinctively felt so familiar with. It wanted to become one with that aura. Under that effect, it didn't want to resist at all. The thick branches and leaves that were weaving with each other slowly loosened, and Shi Yan's imprisonment was lifted. The life soul tree then slowly shrank on Shi Yan's chest, seemingly wanting to blend with his heart and become a part of him. Shi Yan had an aura that the tree felt familiar with, which made it proactively attempt to fuse with him. I got it. Shi Yan mumbled to himself while pressing on the life soul tree. With that, countless light dots of vitality emerged and went to the life soul tree. The life soul tree was the divine weapon Desolate had tamed and refined for so many years that it even had a spirit and Desolate soul seal, which meant it was hard to change its ownership. But Shi Yan had some rare or almost unique features. Firstly, he cultivated the life power Upanishad, which originated from Desolate, since he had inherited it from the Grace mainland's origin. And now he had obtained the life power Upanishad origin, becoming the only one who controlled the sacred principle of life power Upanishad. But most importantly, he obtained the origins of the Grace mainland and the God-blessed mainland. The origins of the Grace mainland and the God-blessed mainland were Desolate's two soul clones. It made Shi Yan possess Desolate's aura and marks, which made the life soul tree assume that Shi Yan was Desolate, its master. Thus, the life soul tree wasn't baffled as it proactively fused with Shi Yan under the life power Upanishad origins guidance. It was a rare coincidence that Desolate's most important divine weapon didn't tie Shi Yan, but entered his body, linking with his veins and meridians entirely. Just like that, it had boosted Shi Yan's vitality immediately. God has helped me this time. Yen was cheered up as he felt the sharp increase of life energy in his body. He gathered more energy, using the Skyfall Star River to net Desolate's dragon body. He was using the sharp power of space in the form of blades in the sky, cutting Desolate's body. Almost done. Almost done. In this moment, Desolate was trying his best to refine Ziyao's absolute beginning body. Inside his stomach, Ziyao was using her true body to struggle hard. However, due to Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness restriction on her soul altar, she couldn't use her power. It gave Desolate the chance to absorb her blood. When the life soul tree had a strange commotion, Desolate was struck dumb, but then understood the situation instantly. Desolate was extremely calm. As soon as he found out what was wrong, he didn't say anything but twisted his body. Just like a dragon soaring up into the sky, he pierced back to the tier of power Upanishads above them. Don't dream of escaping. Yen hissed ear-piercingly, but as soon as he stepped out, a flow of more terrifying soul consciousness struck him. This time, the invasion was like countless lightning dragons intruding his immense sea of consciousness, wreaking havoc in it. Yen clutched his head while crying and howling. His giant body trembled as if he was about to fall. No, not good. His consciousness has become stronger. He'll be recovering soon. As long as he wakes up, unimaginable catastrophes will happen to every creature in this world, including me. Why? Why does he have to help Desolate, Sauron, and Yuan? Why does he have to gift them power so as they can counterattack me? Why? Why? Because, except me, no matter who advances from the territory ancestor realm to the next realm, he will awaken. His evil clone sent him a thought. As soon as this thought emerged, the endless darkness vanished. A massive black hole was swallowing Yuan little by little, while Sauron was confined inside a condensed water drop, which was filled with horrible corrosive power. Sauron was being eroded with each passing second. Death would be his final result, and he couldn't escape anymore. Yuan was also an absolute beginning creature, a piece of Absolute Beginning's memory, and his soul had Absolute Beginning's mark. Yan's evil clone had turned into a black hole that was using the magical ability of the devouring power Upanishad to suck his Absolute Beginning blood essence. Instantly, it turned into Yan's blood. During the devouring and refining process of the Absolute Beginning blood essence, Yuan's pieces of memory had entered the evil clone's head and combined with his memory. With that, a great mystery was slowly revealed. Desolate, Devourer, Yuan, and Ziyao had gone through bloodshed during Absolute Beginning era and collected the Absolute Beginning blood essence, with which their life form evolved, approaching Absolute Beginning's real body. These four existences were parts of Absolute Beginning, created by his incomplete body and soul. The killing game between them would come to an end with the final champion. No matter who was the one that stood to the last moment, that one would get the blood essence from the other three to develop the life form to the Acme, which would help him or her break the shackles of the territory ancestor realm. Unfortunately, when it came to that moment, it was also the time every one of them would have to perish completely. As their blood became perfect without any flaw, they would reach Absolute Beginning's level, which meant they would awaken Absolute Beginning. Their incomplete self with errors in their blood and soul would make them themselves. But once their blood was complete and all of Absolute Beginning blood essence was gathered together, they wouldn't be themselves anymore. They would become Absolute Beginning. It was also the time Absolute Beginning would have completely awakened. Chapter 16-17, Endless Sorrow. Chapter 16-17, Endless Sorrow. _ Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sauron screamed pathetically in the erosive fluid as his body was melted, his face festering. Although Sauron and Yuan had received energy from Absolute Beginning, They had already been wounded seriously in the previous fight. Sauron had used Yuan as his flesh shield, and Shi Yen had seized the chance to eat him. Thus, Absolute Beginning's energy couldn't restore Yuan to his peak condition. To control Desolate's fate, Sauron had had half of his fingers broken. Since his fingers were the center of his fate power Upanishad, each of the broken fingers was actually a fatal attack to him. At this moment, his god power was almost drained. Quite the contrary, Shi Yan's evil clone had not only gotten Devour, but also the evil heart. He was in his peak condition indeed. Devour alone was enough to kill Yuan when the other was in his peak state. And now, with Shi Yan's power, it wasn't a problem to cope with the fallen Sauron and wounded Yuan. Gradually, Sauron was melted completely. The evil clone rose one hand to grab, and he turned into a jet of pure light, entering the clone's acupuncture points. Yuan's giant Absolute Beginning body was swallowed and refined quickly as well. Shi Yan's clone got the refined Absolute Beginning blood essence, mingling it with his blood. As soon as the blood got into him, pieces of memory were gathered. At this moment, Shi Yan understood this mysterious world even more. He saw the true past. Shi Yan clutched his head and screamed while soaring up into the sky. He didn't mind Absolute Beginning's soul suppression, trying to chase after Desolate and rescue Xiao from Desolate's stomach. Get in. The evil clone looked pensive for a while before turning into a jet of demonic flame, flying up into the sky. The black flame expanded furiously, together with the devouring black hole as it covered half of Yuan's body. Then, Shi Yan and his clone left the sea of consciousness, flying up into the upper tier to chase after Desolate. Desolate's giant dragon body shook as he wanted to refine Ziyao's blood faster. At this moment, Ziyao's 12-headed snake was under the attack of many types of exploding energies. The absolute beginning symbols of Desolate's extreme, greatest extinguishing technique covered her. Sections of the heavenly snake broke, with blood gushing rampantly. Crack it! Shi Yan roared, creating massive space sabers. The middle section of Desolate's dragon body suddenly had a deep and narrow gash, as if it was cut by a space mirror. Get out here! The evil clone arrived as well, sucking at the gash. A stream of blood with pieces of meat and broken veins gushed like a river from the sky, rolling Ziyao's human clone out. It's too late! Ziyao was aghast as she turned around to look at Desolate's giant body. He has extracted the blood essence from my body, and I can feel his energy rising. My absolute beginning blood essence will perfect his body to the ultimate level, I guess. It's good that your soul won't perish. Even if your soul was taken, turning into images of memory in absolute beginning's sea of consciousness, I would still can resurrect you. Shi Yan raised a hand to cover Ziyao's body, then opened his immense territory and placed her in there. He turned to look at the glacier and Meiji within it, and did the same to her. He grabbed the entire glacier and placed it into the territory above his head. He understood it now. As long as they were in this universe, Ziyao and Meiji were affected by absolute beginning's spirit and consciousness. Being the creatures that were born in this world, they had absolute beginning's mark on them. Ziyao and Meiji thus couldn't resist this power and would lose themselves eventually. Moreover, Ziyao's body was merged with Desolate's body, and Ziyao's human body couldn't help her much. At the same time, Meiji was just at the second sky of Territory Ancestor Realm, and she was still weak even though she had obtained the Ice Power Upanishad origin. If he didn't find them shelter, they would become burden for him in the fight with Desolate. Between the heaven and earth, in this vast sea of stars, the only truly safe place was Shi Yan's territory. It was a brand new and completely independent. It was the world that absolute beginning couldn't touch or send his consciousness within to explore. In that world, Shi Yan was the rule maker, the ancestor of everything. Swoosh, swoosh, stashing away Ziyao and Mei Ji's glacier. Shi Yan pulled a stern face. The evil clone grinned, dashing and fusing into Shi Yan's body like a blood shadow. Rumble, rumble, boom, boom. The apocalyptic energy arose from that absolute beginning body. As he had obtained the blood essence from the evil clone, more pieces of memory came to him. It was absolute beginning's memory, the soul seal that was mended. Yeah, the rumor about the absolute beginning era is true. He has left seeds to revive himself, as so many pieces of memory were put together along with the marvelous soul consciousness. Shi Yan had a great experience, as if he had traveled through time to witness the mysteries of the absolute beginning era billions of years ago. Power, endless power, perfect blood and body. Almost at the same time, Desolate was shaken hard. After he got Huey's blood essence and had absorbed it, his energy had increased sharply. At the same time, from the combination of memory, he knew many secrets in that ancient time. It is so. It is so. Desolate's eyes suddenly had a gleam of sorrow. Did you see it? Shi Yan was now a completely new person. After the evil clone had returned to his host body, he had grown twice as big. The brutal energy from him was so formidable that he could destroy an entire territory with billions of creatures in it with one thought. This kind of an invincible aura was really earth-shaking. Shi Yan grinned while the demonic clouds above his head gathered into many mysterious and silent black holes. However, those black holes seemed extremely mighty, as if they could swallow the world entirely. Abruptly, a powerful suction force arose. An absolute beginning's sea of consciousness underneath, absolute beginning's soul consciousness, moved like gray vortexes of dust, which were created by the memories and soul consciousness of the deceased creatures. Shi Yan's black holes sucked them like a giant whale sucking water before refining them. Strangely, Desolate's giant dragon body hovered in the void, just watching Shi Yan swallow absolute beginning's sea of consciousness. He didn't do anything, his eyes bewildered. He seemed to be struggling hard inwardly. Just like Shi Yan, after he got the blood essence, he knew the answer of the riddle of life and saw the unsatisfactory reality. During the absolute beginning era, there was a rumor that after one had gathered all the blood essence, he could advance beyond the territory ancestor realm, the ultimate realm. That rumor came from absolute beginning himself, a wisp of his undying, scattered soul consciousness that went to each absolute beginning creature. It was also the step of his plan to awaken in the future. It was absolute beginning's primary idea to guide the absolute beginning creatures into killing each other to obtain all of the absolute beginning blood essence. During the absolute beginning era, as the creatures died, their memories and soul consciousness would return to absolute beginning's sea of consciousness. When the creatures in absolute beginning era were killed, absolute beginning's scattered soul slowly gathered. At that time, the great formation he had prepared in his sea of consciousness would be activated to wake him up. After one more absolute beginning creature died, absolute beginning soul would receive one more wisp. And when it had collected a certain amount, absolute beginning would be awakened. However, this kind of awakening was only in terms of his soul. In the battle between the absolute beginning creatures, absolute beginning's blood essence would gather and make the survivors' blood stronger and purer, which would make the survivors more intimidating. If Desolate, Devour, and Hui hadn't fought each other so much that they were all wounded terribly and had to stay dormant for a long time, and if they had had a final champion, whoever it was, Desolate, Devour, or Hui, he or she could have had a chance to take all of the absolute beginning blood essence. That would have recovered absolute beginning's body. With that would complete his body's awakening. Whether it was the soul or the body, as long as it had been completed, absolute beginning would wake up and control the world, giving way to the doomsday for all of the powerful creatures. Unfortunately, he had calculated a lot, but missed the case where Desolate, Hui, and Devour all failed. Moreover, he hadn't calculated the presence of a coward like Yuan who didn't join the last battle. In the end, the Absolute Beginning era ended without a final champion, and Absolute Beginning's body hadn't been gathered. Since the lucky survivors like Desolate, Devour, Hui, Yuan, and Lizard were all strong soul fragments of Absolute Beginning, their survival had hindered his soul from gathering enough to activate the formation that would wake him up in his sea of consciousness. Consequently, he was forced to stay dormant. While he was sleeping, pieces of memory and wisps of soul consciousness in his sea of consciousness had combined with his soul power from the soul pond to create new lives in many stars in the big territories of this cosmos. Then, Absolute Beginning had to lay his hope on the creatures of the new epoch, wishing for them to wake him up. Just like that, hundreds of millions of years passed in a flash. The experts that had entered the Absolute Beginning gateway were killed, and the great cosmic were finished so many creatures, which helped Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness to gather more remnants of his soul. Han Tian, Rupert, Serene Prison, and many were dead, their souls returning to his sea of consciousness. Since Yuan had also ambushed and killed Lizard, Absolute Beginning had gathered a lot of wisps of his soul already. The Devouring Clan originated from Devour. The destruction of the Devouring Clan and Shi Yen swallowing Devour had made more souls return to his sea of consciousness. Finally, Absolute Beginning had achieved the condition of waking up. A wisp of his consciousness had awakened, which was why the experts had to endure the mental invasion. And now, Desolate had obtained Huey's blood essence, but, through the combination of the pieces of memory, Desolate realized Absolute Beginning's plan, thus feeling bewildered and sorrowful. He finally saw it. At the moment he killed Shi Yen and got all of the Absolute Beginning blood essence to enter the ultimate realm he had spent his entire life pursuing, it would also be the moment he would lose himself forever, being replaced by Absolute Beginning. It was Desolate's fate that he couldn't change. It was also the fate of all creatures in this world. No one could change it. He couldn't, Devour couldn't, neither could Yuan. No one could escape this fate. Only Shi Yen could. Anyway, what could he do even if he could foresee his fate? He didn't have the power to resist. He didn't have anything to counter. It was a sorrow that drowned him in desperation. Desolate had to try his best to cope with Shi Yen. If he lost, he would be swallowed by Shi Yen, becoming a part of him. If he won, he would enter the ultimate realm with all the blood essence, and would have to lose himself and become Absolute Beginning. Whether he won or not, there was only death awaiting him. This all left him baffled. Chapter 1618, Eternal Immortal, finished. Chapter 1618, Eternal Immortal, finished. The swirling dust arose as flows of memory flooded in while the black holes were swallowing them. Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness ran into Shi Yan's black hole, sending him turbulent, intense memories and thoughts. They were the experiences of innumerable creatures, the foundation of nutrient to create a new soul. Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness was refined by the black hole in Shi Yan's soul altar. His soul pond released a wisp of soul energy to fuse with Absolute Beginning's energy. Together, they formed a mysterious, chaotic, but pure energy, flying up to his vast territory. Deep in that brilliant territory, the chaotic air masses fell on the remote life stars, sinking into the sea. Those were the seeds of life that could grow into new species, the ancestors of the brand new races. As Shi Yen was gathering Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness and refining the energy to pour more soul energy into his soul pond, the sea of stars in his territory developed more lives and species. They scattered in the most remote areas. Even some isolated planets had received the soul core to develop simple intelligence. He was using Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness to create his own universe with unique lives and races. Meanwhile, Desolate was still baffled. He hovered in the sky, struggling hard in his mind whether to fight or not. Gradually, absolute beginning's soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness was swallowed completely. Absolute beginning's wisp of consciousness that had been just awakened was weakened rapidly, and the energy that covered the world couldn't control things anymore. Boom! All of a sudden, the mental attack aimed at Shi Yan's head blended with all of absolute beginning's remaining soul consciousness, shooting hard in Desolate's head and entering his soul altar like a giant cosmic artillery. Desolate's mind was struck while he was still bewildered, causing him to panic instantly. Swoosh! 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 In the void of the tier of power Upanishads, countless magical power Upanishad origins, looking like a fireball or a tornado, a dark thunderstorm, or even a luxuriant forest, suddenly fell and entered Desolate's soul altar and sea of consciousness. Those power Upanishad origins had different attributes, as they were the principles of natural power Upanishads. They were the cores that had been hibernating and hadn't been absorbed yet. At this moment, they reigned like falling stars, entering Desolate's tier of power Upanishads. All the keys power Upanishads had come to Desolate, helping him understand many other power Upanishads, which improved his marvelous realm one more time. Coming with the power Upanishad origins was the pure soul energy from absolute beginning's soul pond. That soul power had turned into a stream, pouring into Desolate's brain and soul pond. A soul-tearing agony flooded Desolate's brain, making him cry and roar hoarsely, his voice shaking the entire place. Since Desolate had seen his fate, he knew no matter what he chose, he was at a dead end. Thus, he could only feel desperate and sorrowful. He knew that even if he could kill Shi Yan, he would wake up absolute beginning in the end, which would make him lose himself. Thus, he was so bewildered, leaving his soul defenseless. That was why absolute beginning could find a chance to attack him. In Desolate's immense sea of consciousness, a vague shadow created by the pure soul energy slowly emerged above the soul pond. That vague shadow was tall, with an imposing and overbearing aura as if he had just arrived from hell. As soon as he materialized, he floated up high in Desolate's soul pond while howling. Desolate's dragon body twisted hard as he roared and cried in agony. It was really scary, as if he was facing absolute death. In Desolate territory, which was Desolate's root, strange jets of blood light shot out. The blood lights entered Desolate's sea of consciousness, congregating toward that vague shadow. With that, the shadow became clearer. It was an overbearing man with the body of a sturdy demon. However, he looked so strange with long, red blood hair and a pair of bloodthirsty, crimson eyes. Then, hovering above Desolate's soul pond, he grinned. So this is how it is. Bloodthirsty. Seeing the man, Desolate discolored in fright and couldn't help but scream in fear. Right after that, Desolate understood it and screamed. No wonder you could get all of Devour's power Upanishads and hit him hard enough to make him dormant. No wonder you could reach the territory ancestor realm right inside my territory. You had almost killed me. Turns out you're him. You're the soul he had created in a sober moment. If you had successfully killed him and finished me, you would have been awakened earlier. Right. It's really bad, isn't it? Unfortunately, the shackle in my soul has just been lifted at this moment. Otherwise, what did you have to kill me once? If I had my consciousness and memory, all of you would have helped me refine my body to recover quickly. But because of the competition between you and Devour, I had to sleep for several thousand years more. Lucky me. The seed I planted at the moment my body broke and my soul shattered has sprouted and become a towering tree that can shade all of you. I can't believe that the sapling from another universe has become so tough that it can even threaten me after growing over a long time. Bloodthirsty, demonic, giant body had materialized in Desolate's sea of consciousness. Afterward, he said indifferently, You're unlucky this time as you've entered my sea of consciousness. My awakening is your biggest misfortune." While talking, Bloodthirsty floated up, crossing the tier of power Upanishads and desolate territory to run directly toward Desolate's host soul. Bloodthirsty rose one hand, and an ethereal hand with countless powers, including sun, moon, star, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, gravity, space, etc., gripped Desolate's dragon soul, shoving it into his mouth and swallowing it. Almost at the same time, Desolate's millions of miles-long body suddenly shriveled as if his spirit, soul, blood, bones, and flesh were sucked away. Desolate's immensely vast vitality was like an ancient tree that had lived perpetually and eventually drying and withering as it came to the end of its life. A flow of aura that could frighten people came from Desolate's withering body. The mysterious but horrible energy made Shi Yen pale in fear, although he was swallowing Absolute Beginning's sea of consciousness. What has happened? He couldn't help but turn to Desolate, his face changing greatly as a feeling of extreme danger rose in his heart. Soon, Shi Yen recognized the danger. His massive body formed from his host body, and the evil clone suddenly emitted a destructive energy fluctuation. He dashed toward Desolate while space, star, life, devouring, and 8 evil powers were released at the same time. Countless space sabers slashed, and a starlight net was cast from the sky. A giant hand of life energy pulled and tore while negative energies exploded. 8 blood-dripping islands flew everywhere, while Shi Yan's body tore and bit Desolate's body. "My eye!" An ancient voice came from the withering dragon's body. As Shi Yan's energy hit it, the dragon seemed to have only its skin left, while the blood and flesh inside had disappeared. Right when Shi Yan discovered the wrong situation, the power Upanishad symbol tower he had fused with suddenly exploded. Countless Absolute Beginning symbols flew away like butterflies, flying toward the dragon head. As soon as the power Upanishad symbol tower exploded, a massive eye emerged, also flying toward the dragon's head. Boom! Boom! Desolate's dragon had burst off, and so did his body. A giant demon that was as big as Shi Yan and somehow looked similar in appearance emerged in the middle of the explosion, between the hazy Absolute Beginning's soul consciousness swirls. This giant demon was extremely overbearing and good-looking. His body looked as if it was made of many planets, carrying traces of the ancient times. The eye from the power Upanishad symbol tower fell on the forehead of the demon, becoming his third eye. The aura of this demon was much more immense and intimidating than Desolate's. "Seems like I've seen him before," looking at the creature that suddenly came out of Desolate's body. Shi Yan had a familiar feeling. He remembered clearly that when he broke the barriers inside the blood vein ring, he had vaguely seen this domineering figure. However, the demon in his impression didn't have the third eye. Bloodthirsty! Bloodthirsty! A light of realization crossed his head as Shi Yan couldn't help but scream hoarsely, his face extremely odd. The giant demon that had torn Desolate's body to get out had Bloodthirsty's appearance. Besides the third eye, there was nothing different between them. "Haven't gotten it yet." Bloodthirsty grinned while walking toward Shi Yan. The endless sea of consciousness was like wisps of smoke that entered his pores. The Absolute Beginning soul pond flew out, entering his head through the third eye on his forehead. "So you are him." Shi Yan finally understood as he recovered his sound mind. All the riddles in his head were solved. Why was Bloodthirsty so intimidating? How could he hit Devour so hard that the other had to stay dormant? Why didn't we dare to provoke him? Why could his ring make Shi Yan pierce through space to get to the dark forest? All of his questions were answered because Bloodthirsty was Absolute Beginning. Bloodthirsty stepped forward, and the soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness vanished, while all the power Upanishad origins in the tier of power Upanishads entered his head. He was recovering his power rapidly. Billions of years ago, I woke up from chaos. I built up the world, creating creatures. While doing that, I found your universe. It was totally different from mine. However, the universe had an unimaginably powerful barrier that I couldn't break to intrude. I tried to get in, wasting a lot of my energy in doing that. Bloodthirsty spoke while walking. Unfortunately, at the moment I finally opened the barrier, I had fallen into bedevilment and got struck due to my significant consumption of energy in opening the new world and creating the planets, creatures, as well as opening the barrier. My body and soul slowly split up, but before my consciousness vanished, I tried to pull out one soul from that universe. It was you. If I hadn't fallen into bedevilment and my body and soul didn't split up to form the absolute beginning creatures, I could have dragged you into my world in just a blink of an eye. But when I pulled you out of your world, I was extremely weak and couldn't take care of you. Then I was completely divided, losing myself, which took you several billion years, 2 eras, to travel from your universe to my universe. Before my soul consciousness vanished, I had prepared for my awakening. The rumor in the absolute beginning era was my first deed. As long as the creatures in absolute beginning era were all gone, it would trigger my protocol to wake up in the sea of consciousness, and my soul would have been gathered. As long as Desolate, Devour, Hui, Yuan, and Lizard killed each other until only one of them survived, my body would have revived as well. If my soul or body had woken up, I could awaken completely. But what a pity that Desolate, Devour, and Hui were all wounded and went dormant. Moreover, Yuan and Lizard didn't join that battle. Hence, I couldn't awaken, so my soul continued sleeping. However, my sea of consciousness continued to move. The remnant souls and pure soul energy of the absolute beginning creatures had created new lives and races, starting a new era, in which Desolate had wanted to create a new life due to the continuous battle against Devour. At that moment, I had created Bloodthirsty. I woke up for a split moment, which was why we got the bold and fierce Bloodthirsty. But my embodiment didn't know who he actually was until he died. I couldn't wake up. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many complications by now. The soul mark of my embodiment had an important piece of my memory. He knew that the territory ancestor controlled the entire territory. With his instincts, he wanted to escape. Before he died, he had used his secret technique to touch Desolate's origin and bring an alien soul from another territory. It was by chance that your soul was dragged into Desolate territory after so many years. I can only say that I can't control everything. At least, I can't control your soul. So, I let you take the devouring power Upanishad. And, because of your soul's unique features, all the energy and souls you had swallowed belonged to you. They wouldn't return to my sea of consciousness. Eventually, they made you rise, and you even obtained the power to threaten me. Absolute beginning stopped talking and walking at the same time, as all the wisps of soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness had entered his body, including the soul pond. Absolute beginning's tier of power Upanishads didn't have any power Upanishad origin left. The sea of consciousness now didn't have a wisp of soul consciousness, only a dark void. It's time to finish. Looking at Shuryen, absolute beginning wore an indifferent face. I will kill you and get back the energy you've stolen from me to recover my full power. I'll come to your universe to conquer it, and I'll use your universe as the bridge to go to another universe. Shuryen was shaken hard as the mysteries unfolded. Are you sure you will win? Shuryen got a hold of himself instantly. Starlight beams moved across his head, cutting off his flustered, panicked thoughts. Shuryen resumed his cold and calm face, sneering. You're not complete right now and lack a lot of things. For example, the life power Upanishad origin, the space power Upanishad origin, the star power Upanishad origin, and the evil heart created by the evil thoughts in your heart. Of course, we also have to take into account at least half of your blood essence. Shi Yan had used the absolute beginning body to devour Yuan and a part of Desolate. This body of his almost had half of the blood essence and enormous life energy from absolute beginning, added with the devouring power Upanishad origin and the evil heart. In this moment, he wasn't weaker than absolute beginning. Even if I'm not complete, it's enough to destroy you. Then, I will use you to recover fully, absolute beginning said relaxedly. While he was talking, the endless abyss collapsed. The immense universe, countless territories, their stars and galaxies above the endless abyss, all pressed down. Absolute beginning wanted to use the power of an entire universe to kill Shi Yan and perish his soul. This wasn't just desolate territory. It was the real universe. It was the vastly immense sea of stars created by billions of territories like the sea domain of nihility, desolate territory, wavy river star area, cloud mist territory. The majestic aura of the universe contained thousands of power Upanishads, like the 5 elements, the stars, life, gravity, tornado, and lightning. Crack, crack, crack. The void was like a crushed stone, which cracked before turning into fine dust. No existence, ethereal or real, could resist that horrible threat. Their soul marks were erased instantly. Aha! Shi Yan faced the sky and roared as his giant body felt like it was stabbed by tens of thousands of swords. Numerous bleeding holes appeared on his body, and his soul altar had cracks as if billions of sharp blades had just slashed it. It's not just you who can do that. Shi Yan pointed at the sky, and the universe in his soul altar emerged. The immense universe was so brilliant. Although it looked like a massive projection in the void, it wasn't just a hologram, it was real. That universe had many planets with countless mountain ranges, lakes and seas. It was borderless, sheltering the ancestors of many species. It had everything a real universe had. The 2 universes, one above and the other below, were pressing down and pushing up at the same time. And just like that, they collided hard. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack. Thump, 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 thump. Countless explosions reverberated with the absolute destruction of creatures and the complete obliteration of suns, moons, stars, spaces, and territories. Shi Yan and absolute beginnings universes were shattering fiercely, and the creatures living there were dragged into the tide of the doomsday. They were helpless and hopeless, killed in an instant. Fall. Absolute beginning's face was as cold as it could get. The magical lands with countless creatures of the 7 great clans suddenly aimed at Shi Yan's universe, as if they wanted to bring eternal emptiness, loneliness, and coldness to Shi Yan's universe to destroy him utterly. Many territories in absolute beginning's universe seemed to turn into power Upanishad origins. They had transformed into flames, glaciers, lightning bolts, electric dragons, meteor showers, and other brutal attacks to bombard Shi Yan's universe furiously. Many sections of Shi Yan's new universe's borders were exploding under the formidable attacks. His universe seemed about to shrink and become a smalled before vanishing completely. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Even his soul altar was attacked by absolute beginning once again. High waves rose in his sea of consciousness, while the tranquil soul pond seethed anxiously, and the soul fluid was about to splash. Shi Yan's unbreakable body crackled as his bones were broken and internal organs were displaced. Blood sprinkled out of him. It was a soul-sinking attack indeed. He could feel his territory, soul, sea of consciousness, and body being attacked wholly. It felt like giant hammers were pounding on him continuously. They hammered his soul and body, throwing him into a terrifying agony he couldn't bear. It seemed like he would collapse in the next moment, and all of his traces in this world would be erased. You got half of my power, and you control my source of evil. But do you think you can defeat me? Absolute Beginning's consciousness attacked him, causing tremendous noises to flood and explode inside his head. They were even more intense than the world-obliterating lightning bolts and thunderclaps. A half of your power, a half of your body. So, everything you can control, I can too. At the moment Sher Yan's soul was about to burst off, he faced the sky and roared, his voice tearing the barriers between heaven and earth, piercing through many universes. Your universe. It has a part of me, but you can't touch my universe. A flow of tough, with incredible fixation wound around Sher Yan's head, forming a terrifying tornado that barged into Absolute Beginning's universe abruptly. Immediately, it developed into a massive spiderweb, reaching every corner of Absolute Beginning's universe and pinning it down. Melt for me. All of a sudden, Sher Yan's immense universe changed greatly, turning into an incredibly large black hole and revolving crazily. There were many territories, including the sea domain of nihility, that had jumped into Sher Yan's universe and attacked his world. But in that instant, they were swallowed by the black hole. At the same time, the life-soul tree in Sher Yan's heart boiled furiously, granting him the invincible, unique power. This flow of immense vitality recovered his wounded body, while all the blood that he had shed gathered and returned to his body. Sher Yan's universe now was a black hole that had covered many territories, an entire sea domain of nihility. His body was shouting and roaring as he was frantically tearing and biting Absolute Beginning in bloodthirsty shape. The sharp fingernails swung, and the massive space sabers slashed Bloodthirsty's chest, making him bleed horribly. Sher Yan had almost fallen into a demonic frenzy. An evil and ruthless aura emitted from him as he opened his giant mouth to chew and tear Absolute Beginning's flesh. He swallowed Absolute Beginning's blood and flesh altogether. No, impossible. You can't tie my universe. Absolute Beginning's universe-shaking voice arose in fright. Half of my soul and body came from you, and the other half is formed from your evil fixations. That's why I can control your world. And you've never taken a wisp of my soul. You don't have the right to control me. You had tied yourself. Destruction is your destiny. Sher Yan roared crazily as he was wielding, hitting, and assaulting Absolute Beginning. His mouth sank into Absolute Beginning's chest with the saw-like teeth, biting and swallowing the other's flesh. After the refining process of 720 acupuncture points, his energy expanded unceasingly. With the devouring power Upanishad origin and the evil heart, Sher Yan controlled the ultimate devouring ability. While fighting, he was using the devouring power Upanishad to eat Absolute Beginning's blood and flesh. Thus, the more he fought, the stronger he became. Quite the contrary, Absolute Beginning was eaten and getting weaker constantly. His universe was tied down. Each of the territories, continents, seas, and mountains were slowly pulled into Sher Yan's universe. As Sher Yan's was eating and drinking Absolute Beginning's flesh and blood while swallowing Absolute Beginning's universe, his brand new universe was also expanding at a speed naked eyes could observe, growing crazily. As Sher Yan's thought changed, he noticed that the continents and territories weren't dissolved after they went through the devouring black hole in a magical way. For example, the Heavenly Rock Continent, the Cloud Mist Territory, the territories of the mysterious Sky Clan, Phantom Clan, and Whitebone Clan had gone through the vortex unharmed. They had fallen into the swelling universe underneath, becoming a part of the new universe. None of the creatures living there were harmed or killed during the process. However, they were baffled because they didn't know where they were. Anyway, the lands, territories, and life stars he didn't pay attention to or had his enemies in him shattered entirely at the moment they fell into the devouring vortex. All of the dwellers became dust in just a blink, sucked and drawn into Sher Yan's sea of consciousness. After he got the soul energy from the soul pond, they could turn into new creatures, new species. Time flew by hurriedly. After an unknown amount time, Absolute Beginning's extremely colossal body had stopped wiggling as Sher Yan had sucked all of his blood essence, turning it into pure blood in his veins and immense energy in his body. The body, soul, flesh, even hair, everything will be the foundation to create new lives. I will extract the memory of Han Tian, Montesi, Hero, Emperor Sea Shark, and Dracula to revive them. Then, Sher Yan hurled Absolute Beginning's dried body into the massive black hole. Sher Yan extracted the memory of Han Tian and the other deceased experts, using his soul energy to resurrect them in his new universe. At the moment, Absolute Beginning's universe completely disappeared into the black hole, and Absolute Beginning's body was thrown there as well. Sher Yan found himself hovering in an absolute void. There was no sky, earth, sun, moon, star, or mountain and river, only everlasting darkness and the borderless void. My universe, the one I was born in, where is it? My soul has traveled for billions of years to get here. Today, would that universe still be existing or not? Has it vanished? Perhaps after I'm done with refining all the energy, souls, thoughts, and blood, I could try to explore and find it. Well, it will be a very long, long time later. In the absolute void, Sher Yan sat down cross-legged like a god. A brand new universe hovered above his head as he was urging his power to complete his new world, creating new creatures and species, giving them lives and souls. He would become their ancestors, an eternal immortal. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.